Chapter 520 Same Destiny, Crazy Curses. Chapter 520 Same Destiny, Crazy Curses, lure him out of the heavenly Tao. It feels very difficult. Sage Jinan frowned. His expression changed. He also wanted to get rid of Han Ju, but his instincts told him that the other party was very difficult to deal with. He might even be harder to deal with than Li Mui. The figure in the mirror said, "We have to do it even if it's difficult. Otherwise, don't even think about transcending the heavenly Tao. You will always be a puppet of the heavenly Tao." Sage Jinan's expression turned ugly. He could only grit his teeth and agree. After preaching for 100 years, Han Ju quietly stood up and left. The effect of a sage's lecture was on another level. A large number of disciples broke through while listening to the Tao. Han Ju sat on a 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Qiu Shilai. This fellow had tried to affect him when he was attaining the Tao. He had to teach him a lesson. Han Ju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. "Your good friend Ji Xianxian has stepped into the river of destiny. Your grand disciple Fang Liang's soul passed through the primordial era and was stopped by the ancient master of calamity. He was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by Jie school cultivators, X7829, your son Han Tua has received guidance from your good friend Zhang Guxing. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Dao Kong has comprehended a mystical power in the Tao lecture. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhou Fan obtained your good friend Seven Tao Sage's dream. His comprehension has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has stepped into the pseudo-sage realm." Han Ju watched with relish. Fang Liang had been jumping around in the primordial era and was finally punished. It was fine as long as he was not dead. Who was this ancient master of calamity? Han Ju decided to calculate after the curse ended. He sighed when he saw Zhang Guxing's name. He recalled the past. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. He did not expect him and his son to have the same fate. Han Ju wasn't worried that something would happen to Han Tuo. If something really happened, he could also predict that no matter how far away it was, he could still save him. As long as it didn't harm his soul, Han Ju wouldn't act even if he died. True experts could only rely on themselves. Han Ju didn't want Han Tuo to think of him when he encountered trouble. He still liked him very much. He hoped that he could grow up well. It was also a good thing if he could become a great figure of the hidden sect in the future. Han Ju also noticed that Zhou Fan had obtained the dream of the Seven Tao Sage. He had to be wary about this. Seven Tao Sage was in existence on the same level as Ancestor Shitian. He couldn't be underestimated. 5 days later, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune. He first deduced who the ancient master of calamity was. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 4 billion years. This was already Li Mui's value. Han Ju frowned and silently chose to continue. A figure appeared in his mind, and lines of words appeared in front of him. Jin Shen, perfected pseudo-sage, ancient master of calamity. He controls the providence of the heavenly Tao and is responsible for activating the immeasurable calamity. His cultivation has already surpassed that of a pseudo-sage. Because his position as a heavenly Tao sage is perfected, he has never been able to become a sage. He is hidden in the dark forbidden zone all year round and prying into the immortal world. Jin Shen. Why hadn't he heard of him before? It was actually the existence in charge of activating the calamity. Amazing. Then, Han Ju began to deduce the Seven Tao Sage. Why did the Seven Tao Sage guide Zhou Fan? 14 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So high. Han Ju's eyelids twitched. He could only choose to continue. Seven Dao Sage is preparing for his tribulation. He is not only guiding Zhou Fan, but he also has no designs on you for the time being. Preparing for his tribulation? What tribulation would such an existence face? Han Ju was curious. But since the Seven Dao Sage didn't want to harm him, he didn't care. After resting for a few days, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune again and started cursing Sage Jinan. Sage Jinan had a 5-star hatred towards him. He wouldn't rest until the other party was dead. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to calculate the reason. In any case, this fellow didn't know the Dao destruction mystical power. He would kill him before this fellow took action. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease. Far away in the Dao field, Sage Jinan frowned. He had doubted Han Ju regarding the Dark Forbidden Lord, but he had never harmed him. Why would Han Ju want to harm him? From the current situation, Han Ju was clearly afraid of karma and trouble. The Dark Forbidden Lord should be one of the other sages. This time, the Dark Forbidden Lord came menacingly. The curse power far exceeded before. Sage Jinan had been cursed before, but it didn't affect him much. He wasn't even sure if it was the Dark Forbidden Lord. He had only deduced a book. There are rumors in the immortal world that the true Dark Forbidden Lord uses a book. If I can't deduce this book and didn't deduce it when I was cursed, this means that the other party is not the Dark Forbidden Lord. It seems that no matter who the Dark Forbidden Lord is, some sages are indeed plotting. Sage Jinan's eyes flickered with killing intent. He believed that he had never offended anyone. To actually attract the curse of a sage, it could be said to be an undeserved calamity. Furious, he circulated his energy to resist the curse. The curse power of the Dark Forbidden Lord was truly terrifying and was still increasing. After a while, Sage Jinan couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly stood up and disappeared from the hall. He found Li Mui. "Senior. Someone cursed me." Sage Jinan appeared in front of Li Mui and said anxiously. He then meditated and continued to circulate his energy to resist. Li Mui frowned and immediately called South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tian Ju over. The two sages frowned when they arrived and witnessed Sage Jinan's situation. Li Mui stood up and used his dermic powers to help Sage Jinan. He said in a low voice, "Currently, we can be certain that the Dark Forbidden Lord is not among us. We have to put down our doubts." South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tian Ju had ugly expressions. Who was it? If not for Li Mui calling them over, they might have doubted each other in the future. Such intentions were punishable. Too sinister. "Oh no, come quickly." Li Mui's expression changed drastically as he shouted. Sage Jinan's face darkened and his body trembled. Wisps of black aura visible to the naked eye wrapped around him. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tian Ju hurriedly reacted. The three sages helped Sage Jinan resist the curse. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju's expression was extremely ugly. His lifespan had already decreased by 40 trillion years. It was about to reach the level of Sage Fated Secrets. The key was that his cultivation level had increased, the Book of Misfortune had increased, and he had consumed so much lifespan. Could it be that Sage Jinan was stronger than Sage Fated Secrets? No. Other sages had to be helping him. I don't believe it. I'll curse you until you're crippled even if the heavenly Tao helps. Han Ju's eyes turned ruthless. He was already a sage, yet Sage Jinan still dared to hate him. 5-star hatred points was definitely dangerous. As long as Sage Jinan was given a chance, Han Ju would be dead. 45 trillion years. 50 trillion years. 60 trillion years. Because of your curse, the sage heart of your enemy, Sage Jinan, cracked. Fortunately, your enemy Li Mui helped. Because of your curse, the sage heart of your enemy, Sage Jinan, cracked. Fortunately, your enemy sect master Tianju helped. Because of your curse, the sage heart of your enemy, Sage Jinan, cracked. Fortunately, your enemy South Extreme Heavenly Venerate helped. Hanju still didn't stop after seeing these 3 emails. Continue cursing. Chapter 521 5000 Deity Realm Experts, Second Primordial Fiend Celestial. Chapter 521 5000 Deity Realm Experts, Second Primordial Fiend Celestial 70 trillion years. 80 trillion years. Curses were too expensive. When using the derivation function, it was unlikely to exceed 1 trillion years of lifespan. Killing enemies and obtaining information were indeed 2 different matters. Hanju gritted his teeth and persisted. He would stop at 100 trillion years. These dogs were too ruthless. Hanju thought silently. 90 trillion years. 95 trillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy, Sage Jinan, lost his sage heart and became a mad sage. Hanju immediately stopped. His forehead was covered in sweat. He was nervous. Fortunately, he succeeded. Hanju cursed silently. This consumed too much energy. He couldn't curse any more next time. He might as well do it himself. Hanju recalled that he had copied Sage Jinan's data before. He began the simulation trial and challenged him. Soon, Hanju opened his eyes again. Sage Jinan was something. He was stronger than Fuxishan and was faster than Li Mui. Hanju continued the simulation trial and looked for a way to insta-kill the other party. Several months passed. When Li Daokong came to find him, the fastest Hanju killed Sage Jinan was using 3 breaths of time. Not enough. Far from it. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. If he couldn't insta-kill the enemy, he would be insta-killed. Hanju sighed and let Li Daokong enter the Daoist temple. Sect Master, recently, my cultivation has increased again. I believe that among the pseudo-sages, no one can do anything to me. I can represent the hidden sect to fight for the sage position. What do you think? Li Daokong asked. He stared at him with a serious expression. Hanju said, you want the primordial purple chi? Li Daokong nodded. Hanju raised his right hand, and the primordial purple chi appeared in his hand. He said, I have it. You don't have to go out. It's just that if you rely on the primordial purple chi to attain the Dao now, your future achievements among sages won't be high. Li Daokong's eyes widened as he looked at Hanju's right hand in disbelief. He rarely showed such an expression. He was really shocked this time. Why did Hanju have the primordial purple chi? Could it be that the Dao sect was not slandering Hanju when they surrounded him? Hanju didn't hide anything and told him about Li Mui helping Xian Qingjun. Li Daokong sighed. He had once respected Li Mui the most. Now that he looked at him, he felt that his master was really despicable. He wasn't as righteous as he looked. Cultivate well. When you reach the perfected pseudo-sage realm, this primordial purple chi will belong to you. On the contrary, if the other disciples reach it first, you can forget about it, Hanju said calmly. He indeed thought highly of Li Daokong, but he couldn't show it too clearly. Li Daokong took a deep breath, bowed, and left. Hanju thought of the great Dao purple chi. He didn't decide who to give it to for the time being. He wanted to see the disciples' performance first. Then, Hanju continued cultivating. After becoming a sage, he had yet to cultivate. The cultivation of a sage was no longer breathing exercises but comprehending the great Tao. The deeper one's understanding and control of the great Tao, the higher one's cultivation would be. Hanju had grasped the great Tao of extreme origin and could continue cultivating. The primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal was not his limit. When he began cultivating, the primordial world in the depths of his soul began to surge with chaotic chi and nebulous primordial chi. His world of stars had already been renamed primordial world. The fiend celestial chi was still being nurtured. The chaotic origin stone was producing chaotic chi faster and faster. The reroll world was extremely tiny and couldn't keep up with the primordial world's development. If not for Hanju's dermic powers isolating it, the reroll world would probably be crushed by the stellar primordial body's nebulous primordial chi. Hanju had to think of a way to completely fuse the reroll world and the primordial world. What should he do? Hanju thought of the white-robed Buddha. The white-robed Buddha controlled the current reroll world's providence. Both sides lived together. If the white-robed Buddha fused with the primordial world, the reroll world would naturally be the same. How should he fuse them? Hanju thought of Su Chi again. Why not let the white-robed Buddha imitate him? Let's wait and see for a while. Hanju closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. In the blink of an eye, 500 years passed. After Hanju succeeded in attaining the Tao, the sages didn't find trouble with him anymore. Qiu Shilai didn't even visit his dreams. Peace returned to the 100-peak immortal river. Hanju had also been cultivating. Already 5,000 Nether race members had stepped into the deity realm. The Nether race's talent was outstanding. In order to ensure their talent, Empress Hudu even sacrificed their reproduction ability. Now, the immortal Qi in the Tao field was definitely the richest place below the heavenly Tao. In addition, Hanju would preach the Tao from time to time, so their cultivation levels naturally increased. They almost didn't encounter any bottlenecks. After attaining the Tao, Hanju no longer cared about the deity realm. His current requirement for his disciples was the zenith heaven realm. On this day, Xing Hongxian came to find Hanju. After half a year, Xing Hongxian put on her clothes and sat beside him. She asked, "Husband, why do I feel that you've changed?" She felt that Hanju wasn't as cold as before. There was more humanity in him now. Of course, she couldn't say it directly. Hanju thought for a moment and told her about his experience in the mortal world. Xing Hongxian wasn't angry after hearing that. She wasn't his only woman. Speaking of which, Hanju had very few women compared to others of the same realm. Xing Hongxian sighed. That Qinghuaner had some affinity with you. Aren't you going to help her cultivate? Hanju said calmly, "There's no need. The person she knows is only a mortal, but I left her soul behind. I'll plan in the future." Hanju originally wanted to let Qinghuaner reincarnate directly, but before she died, his heart softened. He thought of Han Tuo. He had to at least leave behind a relative for him. "Yes, that's what I thought." Hanju thought silently. "Then, what about your son? He's not returning to the hidden sect." "Husband, why aren't you having a child with me?" "No, I want to give birth now." Xing Hongxian asked and started to move. She raised her hand to take off his clothes. Hanju glared at her and said angrily, "What cultivation level are you at? Hurry up and cultivate. If you have a child, can you still cultivate properly?" Xing Hongxian curled her lips. "Then, what cultivation level do I need to make our child?" Hanju said, "The meaning of having a son is to inherit. We have to live forever. Having a son is not important. If you really want to, when you reach the zenith heaven realm, I will leave a son for you." "Really? Really?" After receiving Hanju's promise, Xing Hongxian beamed. Her mentality had already changed. She felt that the zenith heaven realm was not unattainable. Xing Hongxian asked, "Where's Han Tuo? Are you really going to let him go? If not, bring him back. I'll help you take care of him. No matter what, he's still your child." Hanju shook his head. "After so many years, he has already grown up. Ignore him. One day, when he needs me, I will help." It's just that it's not suitable now. Han Tuo had inherited his bloodline and was very likely to become the second primordial fiend celestial. Besides cultivating, Han Ju would still care about Han Tuo. This kid had just experienced love a while ago. Unfortunately, it ended without a cause. Because he wasn't strong enough, he couldn't protect his wife. He began to cultivate diligently. This was a good thing. Han Ju hoped that after Han Tuo experienced the myriad worlds, he would have the same pure cultivation heart as him. Chapter 522 Dark Forbidden Lord's Faction Appears, Hidden Sects Zhangju. Chapter 522 Dark Forbidden Lord's Faction Appears, Hidden Sects Zhangju. After Xing Hongxian left, Han Ju continued cultivating and checked his emails. Recently, his circle of friends had been very calm. Nothing special had happened. Not bad. Long live peace. Han Ju thought silently. He paid attention to Han Tuo again. With his current cultivation, the entire immortal world was in his eyes. He didn't even need to use his mystical power to see the other party at a glance. This kid had recently fought with the Jia school and had suffered a lot. Of course, he was only interacting with the lowest level, but it was enough to make him despair. Han Ju waved his right hand expressionlessly. A stream of sage powers landed on Han Tuo's body, causing the bloodline restriction to loosen again. He would show greater potential, but it was still far from his true bloodline potential. In life, opportunities and benefactors are indispensable. My benefactor is the system, and your benefactor is me. Han Ju thought silently and smiled slightly. He looked forward to Han Tuo's rise. In a palace on the 13th heaven, Ji Xianqian sat on a throne, and his gaze landed on a person in the hall. It was Jing Tiangong of the Jia school. Ji Xianqian asked, "Senior, why are you looking for me?" He didn't have a good impression of Jing Tiangong because he was from the Jia school. Although he had lost his position as the sect master, he still belonged to the Jia school. Jing Tiangong raised his hand and took out a golden token. It floated in the air and emitted a light that illuminated the hall. Ji Xianqian frowned. Jing Tiangong smiled and said, "A little trick to prevent the sages from spying." Ji Xianqian narrowed his eyes. "It seems that you want to abandon the Jia school." Jing Tiangong replied, "I'll tell you directly. I follow the Dark Forbidden Lord and not the Jia school." After the calamity ended, the Forbidden Lord did not appear again. However, he said that when the world falls into darkness, he will appear. Heavenly Ancestor, I understand your dilemma. Aren't you looking for a backing to join the Dark Forbidden Lord's forces? The reason why the heavenly race could be born is that the Dark Forbidden Lord interfered with the calamity. The sages were helpless to stop him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Jing Tiangong's tone was filled with pride when he mentioned the Dark Forbidden Lord. It was as if he was the Dark Forbidden Lord himself. Ji Xianqian asked calmly, "I don't even know who the Dark Forbidden Lord is." Besides, in the previous calamity, the Dark Forbidden Lord did not win. What does the future hold by following him? Jing Tiangong smiled. Did he really not succeed? The original calamity should have lasted for many years. It was enough for the disciples of the various sage sects to rise. However, because of the Dark Forbidden Lord, the calamity only lasted for thousands of years. If you think about the current situation, no sage sect can dominate alone. This is why the Dark Forbidden Lord is so powerful. He doesn't want to fight at all. He just wants to balance the immortal world. Hearing this, Ji Xianqian frowned again. I see. No wonder the Dark Forbidden Lord only cursed people and did not say that he wanted to fight. Ji Xianqian began to ponder if he should join the Dark Forbidden Lord. Currently, the sages would no longer allow him to join because he was the heavenly ancestor and needed him to face the heavenly Tao. If he was absorbed, it would cause the entire sect to face the heavenly Tao together. Since ancient times, the factions with the greatest providence in the heavenly Tao during peaceful times were often the sinful factions that needed to be defeated in the next calamity. Jing Tiangong said, "Join the dark forbidden lord. You need to lie low and wait patiently. I will also use my strength to help you build momentum and help you rope in forces." Ji Xianchen asked, "Your power is from the Jie school?" Jing Tiangong shook his head. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Jie school. I gave the position of sect master to a fool because I wanted the Jie school to be destroyed. In the calamity, I expelled many disciples. Actually, the ones who were expelled were my trusted aides." Ji Xianchen asked, "You were born in the sect. Why do you hate the Jie school?" Jing Tiangong said, "It's not easy to tell you about this. The reason why you can rise is actually related to a person called Han Ju, right? The Heavenly Emperor favored Han Ju and helped you out. Heavenly Emperor Fong, who is on good terms with you, is even his grand disciple. Han Ju seems to be from the hidden sect. The sages are targeting the hidden sect, and you are also implicated. You can only follow the path of the dark forbidden lord. Otherwise, you won't be well next and might even become a joke in the immortal world." Ji Xianchen was moved. He knew that what Jing Tiangong said was true. Han Ju's existence was the most important reason why the sages rejected him. However, he wouldn't blame Han Ju. If not for him, how could he be where he was today? Ji Xianchen fell silent. Jing Tiangong wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. Another 500 years passed. Han Ju's cultivation increased very slowly. He was far from the mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. After all, he was at the sage realm. In the past few years, the hidden sect disciples had all improved. The personal disciples had also stepped into the deity realm one after another. Even Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yuer were the same. A deity realm cultivator below 40,000 years old was considered a prodigy. It was mainly because of the Tao field and Han Ju's Tao preaching. Han Ju also paid attention to Han Tuo's cultivation. This kid had already stepped into the immortal realm. It wasn't fast or slow. It was fine as long as he was alive. On this day, I'm sure Dudao. I created my own invincible Tao. Anyone who can cross realms to kill enemies can enter the invincible Tao. I can sweep through the immortal world and fight for providence with sages and compete with the heavens. A domineering voice resounded throughout the immortal world. Han Ju couldn't help but open his eyes. Invincible Tao. Why did it sound so ridiculous? However, it had to be said that Shi Dudao's slogan was very loud. Fighting for providence with the sages and competing with the heavens. Who wouldn't feel their blood boil? Han Ju was very interested in Shi Dudao. After all, he had copied him to form several Tao field guards. It seemed that Shi Dudao wanted to challenge the teachings of the sages. He didn't know if he could succeed. Tao field guard has successfully copied. Please give him a name. A line of words appeared in front of him. A figure appeared in front of Han Ju. It was Li Mui. As expected of a sage-level guard, it took so long to copy it. Han Ju stared at Li Mui and fell into deep thought. What should I call you? Taking the names of the three countries meant that Li Mui was on the same level as the other guards. Forget it, let's just follow the three kingdoms. Tradition cannot change. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, let's call it Zhang Ju. The Tao field guard knelt down and replied, thank you for the name, master. Han Ju said softly, cultivate in front of my Taoist temple. Zhang Ju agreed and left. He walked out of the Taoist temple and sat in front of the door like a door guardian. The crimson fox not far away was stunned. Who was this person? It had never seen Li Mui before. It was extremely surprised to see him walk out of the Taoist temple. It carefully went over to strike up a conversation, but Zhang Ju ignored it. Outside the 33rd heaven, Li Mui, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned with a strange expression. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? Li Mui muttered to himself. He pinched his fingers to deduce, but he couldn't find anything. He couldn't deduce it. Ever since the dark forbidden lord and Han Ju rose, he often encountered things that he couldn't predict. It didn't make sense. It did not make sense. Could this be the great Tao immeasurable calamity that the Tao ancestor had mentioned? The Sage's Tribulation. Chapter 523 Secret Mission, Undercover Agent becomes Buddha. Chapter 523 Secret Mission, Undercover Agent becomes Buddha. Han Ju didn't know that Li Mui was uneasy. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He wasn't afraid of offending a sage now. Even if all the heavenly Tao sages came, they still wouldn't be able to break through his Tao field. However, he found it troublesome and kept a low profile. Although Han Ju was no longer afraid of the heavenly Tao sages, there was still Ancestor Shitian in the immortal world. Although Ancestor Shitian had a favorable impression of him, it was not high. What if Ancestor Shitian suddenly lost his mind and wanted to kill him? In order to prevent this situation, Han Ju had to maintain his determination to cultivate diligently. He had reached this point because of his cultivation attitude. He could relax occasionally, but not always. 30 years later, Li Xian'ao came to visit him. He was stunned when he saw Zhang Ju. When he came back to his senses, his first reaction was to escape. However, he wasn't an ordinary person and quickly sensed that something was wrong. How could a sage come here? He was even guarding the door. As for the possibility of Han Ju being killed by Li Mui, it was just that Li Xian'ao felt that Han Ju was stronger than the other party. Han Ju's voice floated over. What is it? Coming back to his senses, Li Xian'ao couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, why is my master? Sage here. Zhang Ju opened his eyes and glanced at him before quickly closing them again. It's just my mystical power. He has your master's appearance and cultivation level, but he's not your master. His name is Zhang Ju. Li Xian'ao widened his eyes. Only the same appearance and cultivation. What kind of mystical power was this? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. It was unheard of. Li Xian'ao suddenly felt that he had underestimated Han Ju. He could even duplicate the cultivation of a sage. If there's nothing, leave. Han Ju's words interrupted his thoughts. Li Xian'ao hurriedly said, Sect Master, the long-arm ape is now very capable. I think we can let him out and teach the long-arm ape race to develop hidden forces for the hidden sect. He had already said this opportunity before. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll send him out directly. Thank you, Sect Master. He's already prepared. Han Ju moved the long-arm ape out of the 100-peak immortal river. After landing, the long-arm ape was not surprised. It was just a little reluctant. It actually liked living in the 100-peak immortal river, but Li Xian'ao had given it a mission. If you encounter this person in the future, acknowledge him as your master. Han Ju's voice floated into the long-arm ape's ears. Then, Han Tuo's face appeared in his mind. The long-arm ape was stunned. He was extremely familiar with Han Ju's voice. Not to mention him, the entire hidden sect was the same. It was precisely because this voice often preached the Tao that their cultivation speed was unstoppable. The long-arm ape couldn't help but ask, don't ask. I personally gave you this mission. After it's done, I won't mistreat you. Don't tell the second guardian either, Han Ju shouted, almost scaring the long-arm ape away. The long-arm ape did not dare to ask and could only nod in fear. Go. I'll watch you. The long-arm ape took a deep breath, adjusted its emotions, and flew into the distance. On that day, Li Daokong came to Han Ju's Daoist temple. He sized up Zhang Ju in shock and was silent. In the end, he didn't disturb Han Ju and left without saying anything. No one knew how shocked Li Daokong and Li Xian'eo were by Zhang Ju's appearance. Han Ju noticed Li Daokong's arrival. Since he had nothing to do, he started to check his emails. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil has successfully possessed and become a Buddhist Buddha. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Ji Xianchen is haunted by a mental demon. His Tao heart has transformed. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your son Han Tuo obtained an ancient supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian discussed the Tao with a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend Niuhua was attacked by an inauspicious evil. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by demons. X12842 Han Ju was stunned when he saw the Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil. This fellow finally moved. Although the portrait was still there, Han Ju didn't see any movement from him, as if he was in a deep sleep. Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil, Early Stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, from the Chaotic Forbidden Zone. The devil race of the ancient era was defeated in the immeasurable calamity. The devil race was expelled from the heavenly Tao. Later, in another immeasurable calamity, they were summoned by the Buddhist sect. The Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil is connected to the white-robed Buddha's devil heart. After separating from the white-robed Buddha, the Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil followed your instructions and returned to the Buddhist sect. He has been thinking of you. Current favorability, 6 stars, the Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil had become a Buddha at this moment. Could it be related to the invasion of the Heavenly Devils? Since the favorability of the Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil didn't change, Han Ju was not worried. It just so happened that he could use the Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil to spy on the Buddhist sect. Han Ju also noticed that Ji Xianchen's Tao heart was transforming. Was this fellow turning to the dark side? As for Ancestor Shitian, who was he discussing the Tao with? Where? Outside the 33rd heaven, or the deity realm of the ruins of End. Empress Hudu had already surpassed the heavenly Tao, yet she could still be attacked by an inauspicious evil. Han Ju felt that his circle of friends had expanded greatly. After reading the emails, he sent a dream to Ji Xianchen. Han Ju still had a good impression of him. The two of them came from the same mortal world and had even fought against the immortal gods together, although Ji Xianchen had performed terribly. After so many years, the calamity had ended. Ji Xianchen still missed their feelings. In the previous heavenly race banquet, he had taken care of the hidden sect. Han Ju didn't want him to walk the path of no return. The dream space was a forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred sect from a long time ago. Ji Xianchen was stunned when he saw him. Han Ju was covered by the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection, but Ji Xianchen immediately recognized him. You're here, Ji Xianchen said with a complicated expression. He had always wanted to surpass Han Ju, but no matter how hard he tried, the difference between them kept increasing. Although it had been many years, the strength displayed by the hidden sect made him not dare to underestimate Han Ju. This fellow was probably already a pseudo-sage. Han Ju asked, "How have you been feeling recently? Do you need my help?" Ji Xianchen was stunned. He asked in surprise, "Why do I need your help?" "No. Ji Xianchen was silent. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. After a long while, Ji Xianchen took a deep breath and said, "I indeed need your help. I just don't know if you can help me." Han Ju said, "Go ahead." Ji Xianchen said, "To be honest, in order to become stronger, I fused with the remnant body of a pseudo-sage in the calamity. Although my cultivation level has increased greatly, there are mental demons everywhere. Now, it causes me to be unable to cultivate in peace. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll lose my mind and even become another person. He paused for a moment and then continued, I suspect that I'm being targeted by a sage. The reason why I fused with the remnant body of a pseudo-sage was because of a technique given by a sage. At that time, the sage promised that nothing would happen to me. Speaking of this, Ji Xianxian became angry. There's always a voice in my mind. He's shouting a name. Primordial Fiend Celestial. Chapter 524 God of Plague, Thousand Madness Devil. Chapter 524 God of Plague, Thousand Madness Devil Primordial Fiend Celestial. Han Ju remained calm and asked, I have a way to save you. Come to the 100-peak Immortal River. There was no negative effect that couldn't be purified. Ji Xianxian asked curiously, what's your cultivation level now? It's only enough to save you. If you save me, you will probably offend the sages. Cut the crap. Do you want to be saved? Han Ju said impatiently. Why was this fellow so wishy-washy? Ji Xianxian curled his lips. He felt wronged. Indeed, it was no longer the feelings from back then. He hurriedly said, I want to go. Give me time. I'll look for you after I'm done. Han Ju nodded and ended the dream. Then, he continued to send dreams. This time, he visited the primordial chaos heavenly devil. They hadn't contacted each other for 30,000 years. Although his favorability didn't decrease, Han Ju felt that it was unstable. Back then, in order to survive, this fellow directly hypnotized himself and developed a 6-star favorability towards him. It was extremely ridiculous. The dream realm quickly formed. In the chaos, Han Ju saw that the primordial chaos heavenly devil had a physical body. It was a handsome Buddha. He wore a kasaya, and his right arm was revealed. His muscles were well-defined and emitted a domineering aura. When the primordial chaos heavenly devil saw Han Ju, he was immediately vigilant. The divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection covered Han Ju's face, preventing him from recognizing the other party. Dream? Primordial chaos heavenly devil frowned. He wanted to break through the dream realm, but he could not. The other party's cultivation level far exceeded his. Pseudo-sage. Han Ju said, you don't recognize me anymore. With that said, the primordial chaos heavenly devil was moved. He couldn't forget Han Ju's voice. He asked carefully, Master. Han Ju said, congratulations on becoming a Buddha. I wonder if your heart is with me or with the Buddhist sect. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil hurriedly said, of course, I'm on your side. I've been waiting for an opportunity beyond the heavens. Now that I've become the Buddhist sect's Buddha, do you have any instructions? No. I just came to see you. Thank you for your concern, Master. The Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil was extremely nervous. He couldn't forget the torture. In his slumber, he often dreamed of the past. Han Ju asked, who is in charge of the Buddhist sect now? Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil replied, Divine Might Buddha, he's already a pseudo-sage. Divine Might Buddha. This fellow was still alive. Han Ju thought that when the Buddhist sect was dissolved, the Divine Might Buddha had already died. He didn't expect him to still be alive. It seemed that the dissolution of the Buddhist sect was a self-directed act. Qiu Shilai still wanted to trick him into joining the Buddhist sect. Fortunately, he didn't take it seriously. If he went before attaining the Tao, he would probably never return. Han Ju asked a few more questions, and the Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil replied truthfully. 5 minutes later, the dream ended. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Although the Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil's attitude was very humble and his favorability did not decrease, he felt that it was not reliable. I want to know if the primordial chaos heavenly devil is loyal to me. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. He's loyal for the time being. As long as you don't die, or if he doesn't die because of you. Han Ju was speechless. This fellow was also a talent. He was a talent in managing emotions to express loyalty to others. Han Ju still couldn't completely believe the primordial chaos heavenly devil. Perhaps this fellow would betray him at some point. Han Ju thought silently and started cultivating. As time passed, the immortal world became more and more exciting. There were countless races, and the Providence sect walked the world to preach the Tao. It could be said that hundreds of flowers were blooming. The humans were relatively weak because they were a race that survived the previous calamity. They were restricted by the heavenly Tao rules. Mortals had life and death, but the other races were different. They had long lifespans and almost all only died in battle. 800 years later. A god of plague appeared in the immortal world. Wherever he went, the plague spread, causing chaos. For a time, the immortal world stirred. The 100-peak immortal river was completely unaffected. In a bamboo forest, Han 8 and Han Zuetian were drinking. Han Zuetian smiled and said, "How about it? The wine my subordinates made is not bad, right?" Han 8 nodded slightly. He, who was already at the deity realm, looked very cold and was no longer the timid youth from back then. The 8 gourd spirits had special identities in the hidden sect. Their status was even slightly higher than the second-generation disciples because their surnames were Han, personally given by Han Ju. Their talent was also very good. The 8 brothers were all already deity realm existences. Han 8's talent was the highest, and he had been competing to become a disciple at the first tier. Han 8 asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "I still have to cultivate. I lost to Zhou Fan in the last 100-year competition. I'm indignant." Han Zuetian smiled. "It's like this. I want to ask you brothers to take in disciples. You don't have to preach the Tao like Grandmaster. Just occasionally teach them combat mystical powers. I have a living being under me who has natural eyes that can see through the 9 heavens. He sees more and more factions in the immortal world, and sooner or later, all sorts of battles will break out. We can't always rely on Grandmaster's protection." Hearing this, Han 8 frowned. He didn't reject him. He indeed wanted to help Han Ju. They had always been cultivating diligently and had never repaid him. In Li Xianeo's words, this was impossible in the sage sect. Han Ju was too merciful. "All right, I'll discuss it with my brothers when I return," Han 8 replied. Han Zuetian immediately beamed. At the same time, inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned and looked up at the sky. A strange black cloud had unknowingly appeared above the 100-peak immortal river. There was no thunder and it was silent. Han Ju's gaze pierced through the clouds and saw a 10,000-foot tall figure hidden in the dark clouds. He wore sinister black armor and had a human form. He had 8 arms and a pair of wings on his back. He flapped them slightly. His face was black, but his eyes were very bright and filled with killing intent. Pseudo-sage. This fellow was observing the 100-peak immortal river. Han Ju used the simulation trial. Thousand Madness Devil, Mid-Stage Pseudo-Sage Realm, Bloodline of the Devil Race, Chaotic Heavenly Devil, Immeasurable Emperor, there was more than one title. Han Ju directly entered the simulation trial and killed the other party instantly. Too brittle. Now, he could kill a pseudo-sage with a finger. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry to attack. He wanted to see what this fellow wanted to do. In the clouds, Thousand Madness Devil suddenly frowned. "It's indeed not simple. Fortunately, I'm not in a hurry to attack," he muttered to himself. In that instant, he felt an extremely dangerous aura, making him feel like he was facing the devil ancestor. It seemed that it was almost impossible to take down the 100-peak immortal river. Thousand Madness Devil turned around and prepared to retreat. You want to escape? Are you afraid? A voice entered Thousand Madness Devil's ears. He didn't stop. As he retreated, he replied, I'm indeed afraid. I'm afraid there is a sage in the 100-peak immortal river. Although I don't know why they appeared in the immortal world, my instincts are correct. The voice sounded, as long as you make a move, I will impart my sage powers to you. You only need to break through the array formation of the 100-peak immortal river. At that time, the heavenly Tao will expel the sage inside. When he leaves the immortal world, the sages will deal with him. After it's done, you can obtain the primordial purple chi. Chapter 525 Spirit of the Heavenly Tao, King of Hell's Shock. Chapter 525 Spirit of the Heavenly Tao, King of Hell's Shock. Primordial purple chi. How many primordial purple chi do you sages have? I came only to repay the karma of the devil race, not to obtain your primordial purple chi. This matter will end here. Thousand Madness Devil shook his head firmly. The sage was silent and did not say anything else. After Thousand Madness Devil left, the dark clouds above the 100-peak immortal river suddenly dispersed. Han Ju didn't attack after seeing him leave. Since the other party was tactful, so be it. Han Ju wasn't afraid that the other party would attack. The array formation of the Tao field had already been upgraded to the Freedom Sage level. Who was he afraid of? After the 3 pure sacred ancestor was defeated, who still dares to invade? The other party is a pseudo-sage, so it's impossible for him to be ignorant. Someone must have planned behind his back and took out something that made him willing to take the risk. Han Ju thought silently. The only thing that could move a pseudo-sage was the primordial purple chi. Could it be that the sages were swindling someone again? Calculate. Han Ju immediately used the system to deduce. I want to know who made Thousand Madness Devil come here. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A figure appeared in Han Ju's mind. It was him. Qiu Shilai. Han Ju frowned. He was clearly on good terms with him. Why was he so impatient to scheme against him? From his understanding of Qiu Shilai, he was not as reckless as he looked. I want to know why Qiu Shilai asked Thousand Madness Devil to find trouble with me. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 10 billion years of lifespan. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. This was no longer the value of a heavenly Tao sage. Han Ju was interested. Was there a new enemy? He chose to continue. He entered the illusion. This was Qiu Shilai's Tao field. The golden Buddha Qiu Shilai was motionless like a statue. Han Ju landed in the hall and looked at him. It had to be said that Qiu Shilai's image was really holy. It was difficult to think that he was an evil existence at first glance. It was as if he represented the righteousness of the great kindness. Qiu Shilai suddenly opened his eyes. He asked, who? Han Ju looked around and didn't see anyone. He couldn't help but be shocked. Was Qiu Shilai talking about him? That was too terrifying. Qiu Shilai frowned. This aura fluctuation. No, it's not an aura, but the providence of the heavenly Tao. He was immediately moved and asked in surprise, Heavenly Tao? Tao ancestor? A cold voice sounded, the heavenly Tao is abnormal. I hope that the sages can save the heavenly Tao. Han Ju was stunned. What? Heavenly Tao? Qiu Shilai frowned and asked, are you the heavenly Tao or the Tao ancestor? Everything can have a spirit. Why can't the heavenly Tao? The Tao ancestor has long left. The heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao. The cold voice sounded again, causing Qiu Shilai to be moved. Han Ju was shocked. The heavenly Tao had intelligence. How could that be? Wasn't the heavenly Tao impartial? Wasn't the heavenly Tao emotionless and would not side with anyone? If the heavenly Tao had its own intelligence, wouldn't it be easy to develop its own emotions and judgment? Not to mention Han Ju, even Qiu Shilai felt his blood run cold. The reason why they, the sages, were high and mighty was that the heavenly Tao was superficial and would not control them. Now, Qiu Shilai's expression was ugly. What do you want to do? The heavenly Tao replied, remove the anomaly and restore order. Who's the anomaly? Newly promoted sage, Han Ju. The Tao ancestor said that he's a variable, variables are variables. Because of him, the last immeasurable calamity ended very quickly. Qiu Shilai's face turned ashen. The scene shattered. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. His heart was in chaos. I want to know if the heavenly Tao has developed intelligence. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, Han Ju's heart turned cold. Can the heavenly Tao kill me? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The heavenly Tao does not have the ability to attack on its own for the time being. It can only communicate with living beings. I see. No wonder it came to find Qiu Shilai. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Does Qiu Shilai think that I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, damn it. Han Ju frowned. He immediately wanted to kill him. However, on second thought, even if Qiu Shilai thought so, the other sages might not believe him. Moreover, even if the sages believed it, what could they do to him? As long as Han Ju didn't leave the Tao field, the sages and the heavenly Tao wouldn't be able to harm him. How annoying. I don't want to attract attention, but people keep finding trouble with me. Han Ju sighed helplessly. Focus on cultivating and surpassing the heavenly Tao as soon as possible. When the time came, he would capture the heavenly Tao and make it his pet. In the netherworld, underworld. Yang Tiandong sat in the hall and yawned in boredom. The 2 rows of ghost servants did not move. The black and white deities escorted another soul that had committed sins. Those who could enter the hall and be interrogated were all people who had committed sins when they were alive. Their negative karma was deep. When ordinary living beings died, they would directly go to the bridge of forgetfulness. Yang Tiandong looked at the souls in the hall and was stunned. The soul held by the black and white deities was Han Ju's son, Han Tuo. Yang Tiandong was one of the few people who had seen Han Ju's true appearance. Looking at Han Tuo's handsome face, he seemed to see Han Ju in a daze. No one in the world could compare to Han Ju. Yang Tiandong frowned and asked, "What's your name? Tell me your birth." Han Tuo's expression was ugly as he said in a low voice, "My name is Han Tuo. I was born in the human race. I'm not about to die, but my soul was extracted by someone using a spell and I was thrown into the netherworld." Yang Tiandong asked, "What are your parents' names?" Han Tuo hesitated for a moment and then said, "My father's name is Han Ju and my mother's name is Qingwaner. King of Hell, I'm really innocent. My lifespan is still intact. I've understood that in my situation, the netherworld shouldn't interfere." After so many years, his parents were already dead. It was fine to say it. The white deity cursed, "How dare you? How dare you order the king of hell? Shut up." Yang Tiandong slapped the table and shouted angrily, scaring the black and white deities and Han Tuo. "Your father's name is Han Ju. How is that possible?" Yang Tiandong's expression changed in disbelief. What a coincidence. This child looked very similar to Han Ju, and his father had the same name. Yang Tiandong pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that he couldn't deduce the karma of Han Tuo's father. Could it be? Yang Tiandong said in a low voice, "Black and white deities, leave." Hearing this, the black and white deities looked at each other and hurriedly floated out of the hall. Nervous, Han Tuo frowned, not knowing why Yang Tiandong had lost his composure. Yang Tiandong asked, "Can you tell me about your parents?" Han Tuo was silent. Ever since he was young, he had felt that his parents were extraordinary, especially his mother. She had even taught him his body tempering technique. Until now, he had thought that he could be where he was today all because of that body tempering technique. There was no other way. Han Tuo could only tell the truth. Otherwise, he would reincarnate and everything would turn into smoke. He still had to take revenge. He couldn't let this go. Thus, Han Tuo began to talk about life when he was young. The more Yang Tiandong listened, the more shocked he became. This Han Ju's temperament was too similar to his master. It was the same, cowardice. No. He was just as cautious. Chapter 526 Age of the Heavens, Fortuitous Encounter of a Sage. Chapter 526 Age of the Heavens, Fortuitous Encounter of a Sage. After Han Tuo finished speaking, Yang Tiandong fell into deep thought. This child was definitely related to his master. However, he couldn't directly point it out. What if master had his own plan? Or was this a trap used by a sage to trick his master? No matter what, he had to protect this kid first, but he couldn't explain the reason. From today onwards, this king will give you the yin-yang token. You will be equivalent to obtaining the position of a ghost servant, but you don't have to carry out any duties. Go back as soon as possible. Yang Tiandong waved his hand after saying that. A black light flew towards Han Tuo and landed in his hand. Han Tuo was stunned. He didn't expect such a twist and was stupefied. Could it be that his parents were not simple? He was about to ask. Yang Tiandong said calmly, "Don't you have a grudge to take revenge on? Hurry up and go. If you're late and your body is destroyed, you can only reincarnate." Han Tuo hurriedly stood up when he heard this, and he left after saying, "Thank you, King of Hell. I'll remember this and repay you in the future." Looking at his departing figure, Yang Tiandong sighed. He really looks like master. He decided to personally go to the immortal world and ask his master. You don't have to ask. It's fine as long as you know. Take care of him whenever you can. There's no need to deliberately interfere or tell him the truth. Han Ju's voice suddenly sounded in Yang Tiandong's ears, startling him so much that he immediately stood up and prepared to bow. Don't make a fuss. You're the king of hell now. Someone will definitely be watching you, Han Ju said sternly. Yang Tiandong was ashamed and hurriedly recovered. He asked in his mind, "Master, is he your son?" Why not stay in the hidden sect? Training. His potential seems, ignore it, that's all. I'm sorry, 100 Peak Immortal River. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. It had been 200 years since he learned that the heavenly Tao had a spirit. Han Ju had always seen Han Tuo's encounters and didn't care much. Experiencing life and death was also a part of cultivation. Han Ju had been slowly releasing his potential. At his cultivation level, the bloodline of his descendants could be controlled, but not too much. For example, if Han Ju chose Han Tuo, he couldn't choose other children to inherit his bloodline. Otherwise, it would be up to fate. This was also why among so many powerful experts, there was usually only one child who was top-notch, usually even none. This was related to the heavenly Tao rules. The heavenly Tao would suppress the bloodline inheritance, causing each generation to be inferior. If everyone had potential like the Tao ancestor, the heavenly Tao would have long been overturned. The reason why Han Ju nurtured Han Tuo was to see if he could nurture him into a primordial fiend celestial. Logically speaking, he was a primordial fiend celestial and was not controlled by the heavenly Tao. It should be possible. I'm the great loose heaven. I created the first mortal world in the heavenly Tao, the great loose heaven. It is located below the immortal world. All living beings can move here. There are no battles, no conflicts, and no contest for providence. A voice resounded through the world. If it could spread through the entire immortal world, its owner was at least a zenith heaven realm existence. Han Ju saw a pillar of light descend from the sky and land at the end of the horizon. It was heavenly Tao merit. Han Ju understood that the era of the heavens was coming. With the first, there would be a second. Han Ju closed his eyes and didn't think too much. It had nothing to do with him. 70 years later, Zhou Fan had reached the zenith heaven realm. His aura shocked the 100-peak immortal river. His breakthrough was not surprising, but it also made the 100-peak immortal river lively for a period of time. In less than 30 years, Tao Comprehension Sword had also successfully stepped into the zenith heaven realm. Excluding the guards, the hidden sect had a total of 5 zenith heavens. Li Xian'ao, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, Zhou Fan, and Tao Comprehension Sword. After Han Ju attained the Tao, everyone who cultivated the great Tao of extreme origin could speed up their comprehension. Now, the entire hidden sect was on the same boat. The higher Han Ju reached, the more the others were dragged along. Li Xian'ao, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, and Zhou Fan often sparred. Tao Comprehension Sword still maintained her cultivation attitude. The most agitated was Jiang Yi. He felt that he had fallen behind. Although his physical potential was strong, his comprehension was inferior to Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, Zhou Fan, and Tao Comprehension Sword. On this day, Jiang Yi found him. Han Ju said, "I know why you're here. Actually, you don't have to be anxious. Your cultivation speed is already fast enough, even far beyond before. Perhaps you can catch up to them if you relax. I think this is best for you." Jiang Yi was extremely touched. The friendship created from storytelling from back then was still there. After sending him away, Han Ju focused on the person he really valued the most. Li Daokong. After reaching the pseudo-sage realm, Li Daokong still cultivated diligently. It had to be said that his comprehension was the best in the hidden sect. No wonder he was chosen as the human school's eldest disciple. There's hope of becoming a sage before the next immeasurable calamity. Han Ju thought silently. In the future, some mighty figures would create mortal worlds. 500 years later, Han Ju calculated. There were already more than 100 mortal worlds. The era of the heavens had already taken form. However, most of the mortal worlds were still barren. There were no living beings. While cultivating, Han Ju checked his emails. Your good friend, the Heavenly Emperor, was attacked by an inauspicious evil. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Empress Hudu was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by demons, X18292, your good friend Jing Tiangong has cursed too many times. His negative karma is pestering him and he has developed mental demons. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has accepted your son Han Tua as his disciple. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Huang Zuantian obtained a Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure by chance. His providence has increased greatly. Chaos. It was chaotic again. The familiar circle of friends returned. Han Ju wasn't afraid. Instead, he was gloating Huang Zuantian was really something. He could actually find a Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. Han Ju felt that it was not a coincidence. It must be a trap. It depended on whether Huang Zuantian could see through it. Sigh, cultivation speed after becoming a sage is so slow. Han Ju looked at the emails and sighed. Although he could sense that his great Tao of extreme origin was becoming stronger, he was still very far from the mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. He would probably not be able to break through in 10,000 years. Fellow Taoist Han Ju, can you come to the 33rd heaven? A voice entered Han Ju's ears. It was the devil race's sage, Emperor Shao. Han Ju immediately replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, sage. However, I've been comprehending a mystical power recently and don't have time to go out for the time being. I hope that you won't blame me. Yes, comprehending the Tao is important. Come when you're free. I have an opportunity to share with you. Thank you. Wait for me. Fortuitous encounter. To hell with it. Trying to trick me." Han Ju secretly felt disdain. It was impossible to go out. Ever since he knew that the heavenly Tao had developed a spirit, Han Ju decided not to go out easily. Even if Emperor Shao did not hate him, he had to be careful. At the same time, outside the 33rd heaven, Emperor Shao meditated with a solemn expression. A black shadow floated in front of him. It was mysterious and ghastly. It's normal for him not to come. There's a reason why he can secretly attain the Tao, the black shadow said softly. Chapter 527 Ninth Disciple, Awakening of the Death Fiend Celestial. Chapter 527 Ninth Disciple, Awakening of the Death Fiend Celestial. Emperor Shao frowned and asked, "What should we do if he doesn't come?" The black shadow said, "There's something wrong between the sages recently. We have to think of a way to rope Han Ju in. If he doesn't come, you can send your clone over to show your potential. I'm worried that the sages will attack the devils again." Emperor Shao frowned even more and could only sigh. "Forget it, I'll go find him myself." The same year, heavenly ancestor Ji Xianxian came to visit the 100-peak immortal river. Han Ju moved him in and asked Li Xianao to bring him around. Ji Xianxian was shocked. "Why is the Khanate Qi here so dense?" "Impossible, it's even denser than the Sage Tao field." Ji Xianxian shouted in his heart. He finally understood why the hidden sect had hundreds of immortal emperors. In the Tao field here, even a pig could become an immortal emperor. Ji Xianxian was moved when he passed by the nether race's territory. No. Not just immortal emperors. How did these guys reach the deity realm? Thousands of deity realm cultivators. Ji Xianxian couldn't control his expression at all. Li Xianao noticed the change in his expression and was extremely pleased. He smiled and said, "There are hidden sects nether zenith. Their potential is not bad." Ji Xianxian couldn't help but ask, "How many deity realm cultivators are there in the hidden sect?" Li Xianao chuckled. "That's hard to say." Ji Xianxian saw his smile and wanted to hit him. The hidden sect is actually so powerful. I'm afraid that all the forces in the entire immortal world combined are inferior to it. If the hidden sect has a sage, won't they be able to directly control the immortal world? Ji Xianxian's heart beat faster. He had never heard of any faction having thousands of deity realm existences. He had even suspected that there weren't thousands of them in the immortal world. Next, Ji Xianxian sensed several extremely powerful auras. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. There were actually several Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the hidden sect. When he arrived at Han Ju's Taoist temple, he was almost frightened to death. "Sage. Sage?" Ji Xianxian asked with a trembling voice. He looked at Zhang Ju as if he had seen a ghost. Zhang Ju remained silent and continued meditating. Li Xianao said, "Sect Master, he's here." "Yes, you can leave." Ji Xianxian, come in. Han Ju's voice floated out. Ji Xianqian subconsciously walked over. When he passed by Zhang Ju, he was alarmed and did not dare to look at him. Why is the sage of the human school here? Ji Xianqian couldn't figure it out. Could it be that Li Mui was behind Han Ju? It was very likely. No wonder Li Daokong and Li Xianao joined the hidden sect. Ji Xianqian was enlightened. All his doubts were resolved. After entering the Taoist temple, he was dazzled by the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection. Han Ju greeted him and activated absolute purification. After chatting for a few days, the absolute purification ended. Han Ju said, "Your hidden threat has been treated. It's time to go back." Ji Xianqian was stunned. He asked in surprise, "Done?" He carefully checked his body and discovered that his mental demons were gone. His limbs no longer rejected him. Could it be? Ji Xianqian was excited. He gritted his teeth and said, "Han Ju, I hope that the hidden sect will support me. I'm willing to join you. Can you agree?" Ji Xianqian lowered his head. He had always wanted to compare himself with Han Ju. He knew that once he said this, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of him in the future. At least, he would never be as good as him. Han Ju asked, "If I support you, what can I obtain? What can the hidden sect obtain?" Ji Xianqian frowned, "Providence. Authority. What do you want?" "The heavenly race can serve you as long as I control them." Han Ju remained silent. He subconsciously wanted to reject him. But on second thought, he was already a sage. What was there to be afraid of? If the heavenly race could fight for providence and weaken the providence of the other sages, their cultivation levels would also decrease. It was very difficult for the heavenly Tao sages to become stronger. They were bound by the heavenly Tao. Their strength was different. It mainly depended on the providence of their Tao. This was also why so many times after the calamity ended, when the heavenly Tao race alternated, only the Tao teachings of the sages remained. Why would a sage use the calamity as a chessboard? Wasn't it just a legitimate fight for providence? Not everyone had the courage to create their own heavenly Tao like Li Mui. For example, the heavenly Tao still wanted to deal with Han Ju. This was not good. I want to know if the heavenly Tao will be used by me if I control all the providence in the immortal world. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. As long as you control half of the heavenly Tao's providence, it will obey you. Han Ju was enlightened. No wonder the Tao ancestor could transcend the heavenly Tao. Back when the Tao sect was at its peak, it could be said to be omnipotent. All the sages were Tao ancestors' disciples. Having an idea, Han Ju said, "I can accept you and help you, but the power of the hidden sect can't be shown on the surface, understand?" Ji Xianqian was pleasantly surprised. He immediately knelt down and said, "Disciple Ji Xianqian greets Master." Han Ju didn't deny it. The two of them had a close relationship and could be master and disciple. "From now on, you're my 9th disciple. Go back for the time being. Later, I will send someone to support you. Of course, if you encounter trouble, you can come to the 100-peak Immortal River at any time." Han Ju stared at him and said softly. 9th disciple. Ji Xianqian was secretly shocked. What kind of monsters were the first 8 disciples? He asked carefully, "Master, outside the door, his name is Zhang Ju. He only has Li Mui's cultivation and appearance." Zhang Ju, Ji Xianqian was dumbfounded. He had the cultivation of a sage. What was this? Wait. He could duplicate the cultivation of a sage. Wasn't Han Ju? Sensing Ji Xianqian's gaze, Han Ju didn't hide anything, in case Ji Xianqian was frightened by the other sages. "Yes, I've become a sage. Only the sages know about this. You can't tell anyone." "Master, Ji Xianxian landed on the ground outside the 100-peak Immortal River, still in a daze. He took a deep breath and perked up. His lips curled up as he muttered, "So my benefactor had already appeared long ago." Now that he thought about it, it made sense. If not for Han Ju, he would probably have died under the heavenly troops many years ago. If not for Han Ju, he wouldn't have been promoted by the heavenly emperor. If not for Han Ju, he wouldn't have been highly regarded by Fang Liang, much less become the leader of the heavenly race. Everything came from Han Ju. This was his master. After Ji Xianxian left, Han Ju continued cultivating. He didn't immediately make arrangements to support the heavenly race. There was still time. The hidden sect's principles wouldn't change. They wouldn't leave the mountain unless they reached the pseudosage realm. Currently, only Li Dao Kong could represent the hidden sect to go out, but Han Ju was afraid that he would be surrounded. He still had to cultivate for a while. In the blink of an eye, 200 years passed. On this day, Han Ju, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked happy. A fiend celestial in the primordial world was successfully born and its intelligence awakened. Su Qi. Death Fiend Celestial. In the Fiend Celestial Qi, Su Qi was curled up into a ball. His form had already condensed to his previous life. He was naked. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. His memories of his life surged like water, and his eyes gradually became clear. Sage Fated Secrets. Tao Destruction Mystical Power, why am I still alive? Chapter 528 Su Qi's Shock, Deriving the Future. Chapter 528 Su Qi's Shock, Deriving the Future. The confused Su Qi looked around and saw balls of black aura beside him. He instinctively felt disgusted and even showed killing intent. He wanted to get rid of the black aura. This killing intent shocked him. What's wrong with me? Su Qi didn't understand his state of mind. He felt that he had changed. He looked at his body. It was like a soul, but he felt blood flowing. Don't worry. Cultivate well. I'm here. A familiar voice sounded. Su Qi wanted to cry. It's indeed Master. Su Qi felt that if anyone in the world would save him, it would only be his master. Su Qi hurriedly asked, "Master, where am I? What's around me?" Han Ju didn't hide anything and told him his plan to create the chaotic fiend celestial, including the fact that Su Qi was already the death fiend celestial. After he finished speaking, Su Qi was shocked. Chaotic fiend celestial. He had heard of the chaotic fiend celestial. It was in existence from before the creation of the world. Thinking of it, it would always be on par with the creation of the giant god Pangu. What kind of existence is Master? Could it be that he had already died countless years ago and his master had already attained the Tao and even surpassed the heavenly Tao? Su Qi was excited. The thought of becoming a chaotic fiend celestial made him unable to help but think of the future. He could finally escape the fate of being a jinx. Master, what fiend celestial am I? Death fiend celestial. Su Qi was stunned. Was there a difference between the god of misfortune and the death fiend celestial? He still couldn't escape his fate. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Don't worry. You're no longer restricted by the heavenly Tao. Control your power well. You won't be like before. Han Ju consoled. Hearing this, the gloominess on Su Qi's face disappeared. He trusted his master completely. The master and disciple chatted for a long time. Han Ju opened his eyes and sighed. Seeing that Su Qi woke up, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Su Qi would die from his experiment. Fortunately, there was no danger. From now on, Su Qi was considered reborn. As a chaotic fiend celestial, his potential would be stronger than Li Dao Kong and Dao Sovereign. Han Ju smiled and continued cultivating. He planned to hide the matter of Su Qi first and wait for him to become a sage. The heavenly Dao sage position was limited, but the path Han Ju took had nothing to do with the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao couldn't control it. Time passed. 60 years later. The 100-Peak Immortal River welcomed another visitor. Han Ju, I'm Emperor Zhao's avatar. I'm here for a visit. Hearing this voice, Han Ju did not open his eyes. Why was this fellow here? Is something the matter? Han Ju used the simulation trial first. Emperor Chen, perfected pseudosage realm, sage's dharma idol, human emperor, immeasurable emperor, The sage of the devil race actually had the identity of a human emperor. Han Ju couldn't complain anymore and started the simulation trial. Instant kill. After thinking about it, Han Ju directly moved Emperor Chen into the Daoist temple and didn't give him a chance to wander around. The Daoist temple had a system barrier, and Emperor Chen's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. Emperor Chen was stunned. He subconsciously spread his divine sense, but it was isolated by the mysterious restriction. He immediately understood. It seemed that Han Ju did not want him to see the Dao field's interior. Why has the sage come here? Han Ju asked. Emperor Chen sat down and said, I want to invite you to my Dao field. You're too cautious, so I can only come personally. Han Ju didn't say anything and waited for him to continue. Emperor Chen said, to be honest, I'm a sage of the devil race. A long time ago, the Dao ancestor stepped on the devil race to attain the Dao, but he didn't kill them all and gave them a chance of survival. Even so, the devil race has always been suppressed, and most of the sins in the world are blamed on us. Everyone thinks it's natural as long as the devil race is responsible for the sins. After the Dao ancestor left, the situation of the devil race became even more difficult. Now, the 4 sages of the Dao sect are plotting something. Qiu Shilai took in Sage Fated Secrets, who has transformed into a mad sage. Fuxishan also has a close relationship with Qiu Shilai. The sages have already divided into 2 factions. If you and I don't join forces, we will probably be targeted. Han Ju was silent and didn't answer immediately. It was very important for sages to differentiate factions. After all, they had to fight for providence. As for Han Ju, providence was not necessary. However, the sages were plotting against him. He had to discuss them. Previously, Sect Master Tian Ju had called for all living beings to besiege the 100-Peak Immortal River. There were also the 3 pure sacred ancestor, 1000 madness devil, and other mighty figures attacking. Han Ju said, what do I have to do to join forces with you? What's your plan? Han Ju could do it alone. If he worked with Emperor Shao, he was worried that he would be implicated. After all, it was the devil race. Han Ju admitted that he was indeed biased against the devils. Emperor Chen said, I don't need you to do anything for the time being. I'll do what I want. If it involves a faction conflict, I'll only need you to help. Of course, if you need my help, just tell me. I'll consider my actions. Han Ju changed his opinion of Emperor Shao. At least, he did not look greedy. However, there was the mysterious devil ancestor behind him. Han Ju didn't dare to agree rashly. How about this? I'll consider it again. If I want to cooperate with a sage, I'll definitely choose you first. To be honest, I know that the other sages have plotted against me. I won't join forces with them. You can rest assured about this, Han Ju said seriously. Emperor Chen frowned, but he did not say anything. Their conversation was short. 5 minutes later, Han Ju sent Emperor Chen out. After Emperor Chen left, Han Ju suddenly had an idea. I want to know who has the strongest providence of the heavenly Dao before the next calamity begins. Han Ju asked in his mind. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 4 billion only. Continue. A figure appeared in Han Ju's mind. Qiu Shilai. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Why was it him? Could it be that the heavenly Tao was supporting him? I already want to fight for providence. Why isn't it me? Han Ju frowned. I want to know how my relationship with Qiu Shilai will be when the next calamity begins. You have already become a sage. You can't deduce yourself anymore. Otherwise, karma will surge in reverse and the great Tao will reject you. Can't deduce. Han Ju was vexed. Then, I want to know how my hidden sect will be faring before the next calamity. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju entered the illusion. He opened his eyes again and saw that he had arrived at the 100-peak immortal river. He frowned. The 100-peak immortal river had actually been razed to the ground. It was barren. Even the Fusang tree was no longer there. Could it be that I'll move the Tao field away in the future? Han Ju frowned and thought that it was very likely. At this moment, he saw a figure standing on the wasteland. He focused his gaze and discovered that it was Li Daokong. Li Daokong held his sword in one hand. His hair was disheveled as he looked up at the sky. In the crimson sky, it was as if dusk had arrived. Above the layers of clouds, 6 peerlessly mighty figures could be seen. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, Sage Jinan, Qiu Shilai, Fuxishan, and Sage Faded Secrets. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate snorted. The hidden sect no longer exists. Your sect master is isolated by the heavenly Tao. Li Daokong, I'll give you another chance. Kneel down. Chapter 529 Number 1 Person Below the Sages, Life Tribulation. Chapter 529 Number 1 Person Below the Sages, Life Tribulation. Li Daokong wasn't afraid of the high and mighty 6 sages. His expression was calm and his eyes were cold. Kneel. What a joke. Li Daokong smiled mockingly. If I had the time of another immeasurable calamity, I can kill you with one strike. Sages? The true sages have long disappeared. You're only wearing the hat of sages and will do anything for your own selfish desires. Our hidden sect wasn't defeated by you, it was just that we were no match for the heavens. I, Li Daokong, will not die in your hands. You're not worthy. With that said, his body emitted a strong light. The scene shattered. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality and he frowned. So tragic. The heavenly Tao wanted to target the hidden sect. From Li Daokong's words, that should be the case. After all, Han Ju had deduced that the heavenly Tao wanted to use Qiu Shilai to scheme against him. Han Ju asked silently, if I directly curse the heavenly Tao, what will happen? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Likely to suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao. If the curse succeeds, everything in the heavenly Tao will be destroyed. Han Ju frowned. Destroying everything in the heavenly Tao was too much unless he had no choice. Looks like I have to fight for providence and control the heavenly Tao. Han Ju made a decision, and his eyes became firm. What's the time of the scene from earlier? Han Ju asked. 3 billion years later. This time, the system did not deduct his lifespan. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Han Ju was relieved when he saw this time. Too early. Since he knew the outcome, Han Ju could change it. He had to stabilize himself first. He would wait for other pseudo-sages to appear in the hidden sect. Han Ju felt that it was not appropriate for Li Daokong to help the heavenly race alone. No matter how strong Li Daokong was, he was not a sage. He might not survive if he was surrounded by pseudo-sages. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. On the 13th heaven, Emperor Chen was about to continue flying when a figure sped over. Emperor Chen glanced over and frowned. The newcomer looked identical to Zhao Yun and Jian Wei. They were Shi Dudao. Shi Dudao wore a dragon-patterned black robe. He looked imposing and his gaze was sharp. He came in front of Emperor Chen and asked, "Have you thought about it?" Emperor Chen said calmly, "How many followers do you have?" Shi Dudao replied, "There are already 3,000 of them. All of them have mystical powers that are enough to overturn any providence sect in the world. In other words, we can't defeat the combined forces of two providence sects." Emperor Chen's question made Shi Dudao frown. He stared at Emperor Chen and said, "Although you're the human race's emperor, the human race has long forgotten about you. Why don't you follow me? If I control the world, I will definitely regain the identity of the heavenly Tao race." Emperor Chen shook his head. "There are 100 regions in the immortal world and 10,000 worlds in the heavenly Tao. You, Shi Dudao, are not the number one person below the sages. If you want to rope me in, you have to make a name for yourself first. Once you become the number one person below the sages, I'm afraid I won't be the only one. All the hidden mighty figures in the myriad worlds will be fascinated by you." Shi Dudao frowned even more. He didn't say anything. He turned around and left, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Emperor Chen shook his head and disappeared into the 13th heaven. 300 years later. Just as Han Ju finished speaking, the 100-peak immortal river fell silent. More than 1,000,000 disciples were still comprehending the Tao. He came to the Fusang tree and observed its growth. Not only the Fusang tree, but there were also many natural treasures under the tree. It had grown well. Ada, Xiao and the black hell chicken crawled on the branches. They were all huge. If the black hell chicken did not speak, it would indeed be handsome and oppressive. It wasn't inferior to the two golden crows. Recently, Han Ju discovered that the immortal qi and connate qi supply in the Tao field was almost unable to keep up. Although the immortal qi in the Tao field was richer than anywhere in the heavenly Tao, the size of the Tao field couldn't compare to the heavenly Tao at all. Thousands of deity realm, several zenith heavens, and 1,000,000 cultivators. The Tao field couldn't keep up. Other than the array formation of the Tao field, I also have to consider the level of spirit qi. Han Ju sighed in his heart. If there were only a few people in the Tao field, it would be impossible for him to face such a problem. However, he was nurturing 1,000,000 living beings. There were gains and losses. However, it was still fine for the time being. As long as the number of living beings did not increase, and the disciples' breakthrough speed was not that fast, they shouldn't notice the problem with spirit qi. How can I think that? Isn't this what I want? Han Ju shook his head and laughed. In a few hundred years, he would reach 40,000 years old. He should be able to produce good stuff then. There was no need for the system to upgrade. It wasn't too much to upgrade a Tao field, right? Han Ju shouted at the system silently. The system didn't reply. It was normal. This system was not smart enough and did not communicate with him usually. If it really communicated with Han Ju often, he would instead be flustered, as if there was another person in his body. Then, Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple and checked his emails while cultivating. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Primordial Yuan Phoenix was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang dreamed of the Tao ancestor when he was cultivating. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Yang Tiandong was attacked by the devil race, X13920, your good friend Empress Hudu was attacked by your good friend Emperor Shao. Your good friend Han Ming was attacked by your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara and was severely injured. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by a mighty figure and was severely injured. As he watched, he saw that many got severely injured. He thought that the immeasurable calamity had begun again. Some long-lost friends began to appear, such as immortal Emperor Samsara and the primordial Yuan Phoenix. As for Han Ming, Han Ju almost forgot about Han Ming, his cheap younger brother. Anyway, their blood ties were already severed. Han Ming was very sensible and didn't come back to find him to cause trouble. The two of them seemed to be unrelated and continued living their own lives. It was worth mentioning that Han Ming's favorability towards Han Ju was still 6 stars. This meant that he didn't forget him or hate him. If Han Ming's potential was not bad, he could accept him. What a pity. Han Ju was just thinking casually. He didn't want Han Ming to become his weakness. Not to mention Han Ming, if Han Ju really faced a dilemma, he would only choose himself. He had worked hard for immortality his entire life. Everything he obtained along the way was embellishment. He couldn't forget his true intentions. Soon, Han Ju's attention shifted to the others. Karma arose and fought endlessly. If a primordial purple chi really appeared, wouldn't it be even more chaotic? Han Ju was looking forward to it. I'm South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. In 100 years, I will preach the Tao in the 33rd heaven. All living beings can come and listen to the lecture. This lecture will decide the next batch of heavenly Tao sages. A voice resounded through the world, awakening all the living beings of the hidden sect. Han Ju frowned. He was bragging again. Was he trying to trick all living beings? Han Ju hesitated. Should he take advantage of the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's lecture to curse? Forget it. If South Extreme Heavenly Venerate went mad and the listeners were in danger, it would be a huge sin. Empress Nuwa sent you a dream. Do you accept it? A line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 530 Suspected to be the Tao Ancestor, Battle Shi Dudao. Chapter 530 Suspected to be the Tao Ancestor, Battle Shi Dudao Nuwa. Han Ju was stunned. What a coincidence. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate had just announced that he would choose the next batch of sages when Nuwa sent him a dream. Could it be that Nuwa had been staring at the heavenly Tao? Han Ju was secretly vigilant. Would she use him as a tool? If I accept Nuwa's dream, will I face danger? 50 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? TSK, the value was even higher than the heavenly Tao. Continue. Yes, Han Ju frowned. He couldn't agree. He could deduce it himself. There was no need to take the risk personally. I want to know why Nuwa is looking for me. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Why did it double? Han Ju frowned and chose to continue. Immediately after, he entered the illusion. This was a vast sea of stars. The stars were bright and the heavenly river hung upside down. The scene was beautiful and mysterious. Nuwa stood in the rainbow light. Above her head was a pair of eyes. They were extremely huge, as if one eye could take in the entire universe. The heavenly Tao has developed intelligence. It is truly caused by the greed of the sages. The calamity of all living beings is perhaps here. A cold voice resounded through the universe. Nuwa frowned. I've already transcended the heavenly Tao. I don't want to care about it anymore. The other party added, but your roots are in the heavenly Tao. Even if you are on par with the great Tao, if the heavenly Tao is gone and you encounter danger in the future, it's only wishful thinking for you to want to be reborn. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Nuwa frowned even more. Han Ju was curious about who was talking to her. It sounded very impressive. Nuwa sighed. What should I do? You have to think about it. You don't have to do it personally. Didn't you sages do this in the past? All right. Han Ju was surprised. The other party was clearly mocking her. Niuhua was actually not angry. This meant that the other party was far stronger than the current her. Who was it? At this moment, the illusion shattered. Han Ju asked, I want to know who spoke to Niuhua in the derivation. Unable to deduce its true form, the system needs to be upgraded again. Han Ju frowned. So impressive? Could it really be the Tao ancestor? All along, Han Ju couldn't deduce the Tao ancestors' avatars and Dharma idols. One thing was certain. The Tao ancestor was definitely not dead. It just so happens that Niuhua wants to use me to fight against a sage. It doesn't matter if I accept this dream or not. In any case, she can see it. Han Ju thought silently and started cultivating. 100 years passed quickly. On this day, Han Ju looked up and saw many figures pouring into a Tao field palace in the 33rd heaven. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was about to preach. Han Ju struggled for a moment but still decided to deal with him. At the very least, he couldn't let South Extreme Heavenly Venerate lie so smoothly. He didn't curse immediately. 50 years later. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. 5 days later. He began to curse South Extreme Heavenly Venerate with all his might. At the same time. Outside the 33rd heaven, Heavenly Venerate Hall. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate sat on the lotus throne and suddenly opened his eyes with a frown. There were thousands of listeners in the hall. The lowest was an immortal emperor. They were all in a state of Tao comprehension. Damn it, the Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing me at this time. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate cursed in his heart. He couldn't help but think about the Dark Forbidden Lord's true identity. Now, the sages were all saying that Han Ju was the Dark Forbidden Lord, but he didn't think so. After all, on the surface, Han Ju didn't conflict with them. The hidden sect had also been hiding in one place. He still suspected that the Dark Forbidden Lord was another sage. Because Han Ju was not in the 33rd heaven, the true Dark Forbidden Lord could easily defame him. Although South Extreme Heavenly Venerate didn't like Han Ju, he hated Qiu Shilai even more. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate had no choice but to circulate his dermic powers to resist the curse. After a while, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate gritted his teeth and sent a voice transmission to Li Mui and Sect Master Tian Ju. Soon, the two sages appeared behind him. Li Mui waved his sleeve and set up a barrier. The listeners wouldn't be able to see them. The two sages raised their hands and used their dermic powers to help South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. Sect Master Tian Ju frowned and sent a voice transmission, we have to eliminate the Dark Forbidden Lord. When will we attack the hidden sect? Li Mui did not answer. He was also hesitating. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, if the Dark Forbidden Lord isn't from the hidden sect, wouldn't we be pushing Han Ju towards him? Sect Master Tian Ju narrowed his eyes. Speaking of which, before the calamity ended, Qiu Shilai had been trying to rope Han Ju in and protect everyone who has karma with him. Could it be? Li Mui's eyes flickered. He actually suspected the same, but he was afraid that it was true. It would be too terrifying if Qiu Shilai was the Dark Forbidden Lord. Sage Fated Secrets had already gone mad. Qiu Shilai was the only sage who had grasped the Tao Destruction mystical power. The Dark Forbidden Lord first got rid of Sage Fated Secrets. The one who benefited was Qiu Shilai. Let's survive this calamity first, Li Mui said with a low voice. They could all sense that the curse power had strengthened again. This power was similar to when it had cursed Sage Jinan. Han Ju stopped cursing after 1 trillion years of his lifespan was deducted. He looked at the 33rd heaven. The listeners had yet to leave the Tao field. It seemed that the lecture was still ongoing. He would curse after a while. Hanju thought of South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's pain and he couldn't help but be happy. Several months later, Hanju was about to curse South Extreme Heavenly Venerate when a domineering shout sounded. I'm sure Dudao. Today, I came to challenge the master of the hidden sect. We will only talk about victory and defeat. There is no grudge. This voice disturbed all the hidden sect disciples. Hanju had a strange expression. Because he had copied Shi Dudao, he had personally come. He actually felt as if the dimensional barrier had been broken. Hanju thought for a moment and sent a voice transmission to Li Dao Kong. This person is the strongest below the sages. Do you want to fight him? Of course. Li Dao Kong immediately replied. Then, Hanju moved him out. Above the mountain range, Shi Dudao's robes fluttered in the wind. His aura was like a rainbow. When he saw Li Dao Kong appear, he couldn't help but frown. Why is it you? Shi Dudao asked unhappily. Li Dao Kong said calmly, Senior, I'm already a guardian of the hidden sect. If you want to challenge our sect master, you have to defeat me first. Clang, he drew his sword from his waist. His sword was not an ordinary sword. It was a heavenly Dao numinous treasure and was once the beloved sword of a sage of the human school. Shi Dudao shook his head. You are not my match. Li Dao Kong suddenly attacked. His speed was extremely fast. He teleported in front of Shi Dudao and slashed down. Boom! A terrifying aura shook the world, forming visible dragons that twisted wantonly. Shi Dudao easily blocked Li Dao Kong's sword with his index finger. His expression was cold as he said disdainfully, Since you want to fight, then fight. A pseudo-sage dares to challenge me? When I stepped into the pseudo-sage realm, you, Li Dao Kong, had yet to be born. With that said, Shi Dudao's eyes emitted a black light, startling Li Dao Kong so much that he immediately jumped away. Black light flashed and the sky was pierced through. Spacetime lightning interwove in the black hole. Chapter 531 Li Dao Kong's shame, the hidden sect becomes a holy land. Chapter 531 Li Dao Kong's shame, the hidden sect becomes a holy land. The battle between Li Dao Kong and Shi Dudao was world-shattering. The two of them were both pseudo-sages. Any mystical power they unleashed was enough to destroy the world. All the disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River ran out of their cave abodes to watch. They could still feel the terrifying pressure even through the Dao field array formation. The first guardian is so powerful. Who has the upper hand? They're too fast. I can't see clearly. What realm are they at? Zenith Heaven? I'm afraid that's not all. Previously, when Sect Master was preaching, didn't he say that there are still realms between Zenith Heaven and Sage? Shi Dudao is very strong. The first guardian actually can't take him down quickly. Sect Master is still the strongest. The enemy was defeated in one strike. Don't speak nonsense. The first guardian is also very strong. Isn't this Shi Dudao a mighty figure who created the invincible Dao many years ago? To dare call himself invincible, he must be very strong. The disciples discussed among themselves. Because Hanju had been the one to attack in the Dao field, the enemy couldn't last more than a breath of time. Now, seeing Li Dao Kong and Shi Dudao in a stalemate, the disciples were somewhat disappointed. After all, they didn't know how strong Shi Dudao was. The personal disciples under the Fusang tree were very considerate. Shi Dudao looks exactly like the three seniors of our Dao field. Senior Zhangju has the cultivation of a sage that master copied. Those three seniors are the replicated Shi Dudao. The black hell chicken clicked its tongue in wonder. Ada said angrily, Do I need your explanation? The chaotic heavenly dog sighed. It's really strong. If not for the Dao field array formation, we would probably have been reduced to ashes by the battle's aftermath. The others also sighed. Although there was a simulation trial, they couldn't force Li Daokong's true strength out. Therefore, they were shocked to see his and Shi Dudao's battle. On the other side, inside the Daoist temple, Han Ju frowned and looked dissatisfied. He was filled with anticipation for Li Daokong, but it was a little difficult for him to defeat Shi Dudao. Although Li Daokong was at the early stage pseudo-sage realm and Shi Dudao was a perfected pseudo-sage, he still had expectations for him. If you can't defeat the enemy who is higher by minor realms, how can you be the face of my hidden sect? Han Ju was dissatisfied. After this battle ended, he had to pressure Li Daokong. Perhaps his protection was too strong, causing him to relax. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. The battle continued. After an hour, no clear winner could be seen between the two. However, Han Ju saw it clearly. Li Daokong was completely suppressed. He sighed and raised his right hand. He extended his index finger and a sword aura shot out. Shi Dudao, who was about to use his mystical power, was caught off guard. His body was pierced by the sword chi from the side and blood splattered into the sky. The spell was interrupted. Shi Dudao widened his eyes in shock. Li Daokong immediately stopped and did not take the opportunity to attack. His face was ashen. He knew that Han Ju had intervened. That sword chi just now made his heart palpitate. Too fast. Let's end this here. Han Ju's voice resounded through the world. Shi Dudao looked at the 100-peak immortal river in fear and gritted his teeth. Sage. A sword chi dispersed the vast dermic powers in his body. If it was not a sage, what was? In the past, Shi Dudao had also overestimated himself and challenged a sage. This feeling of fear was difficult to forget. Li Daokong suddenly vanished. Shi Dudao gritted his teeth and struggled for a while before finally choosing to leave. It couldn't be helped. The difference in strength was too great. If he stayed, he would only embarrass himself. The moment he turned around, Shi Dudao suddenly thought of Emperor Chen's words. He was indeed not qualified to call himself invincible. Damn it! If I can become a sage! Shi Dudao roared in his heart. He had already reached the limit of a pseudo-sage and could no longer become stronger. Below the sages, he had indeed never lost. Inside the Daoist temple, Li Daokong stood in front of Han Ju with his head hanging like a child who had done something wrong. Han Ju said expressionlessly, "I'm very disappointed." Li Daokong lowered his head even more and clenched his fists. Han Ju was suddenly amused. He was just worrying about not having a chance to suppress Li Daokong. Ever since he had joined the hidden sect, although Li Daokong respected him, he had never let go of his attitude. If ordinary people saw this, they would think that they were on the same level. On the contrary, Li Xian'eo quickly accepted his status and made Han Ju like him. Han Ju said indifferently, "When I first entered the pseudo-sage realm, I could sweep through all pseudo-sages, including Shi Dudao. Do you believe that?" Li Daokong took a deep breath and said, "Yes." "How can you be a sage of the hidden sect like this?" "I am indeed not worthy." Li Daokong wasn't angry. Instead, he was upset and flustered. Han Ju began to mock and ridicule him. Li Daokong could only hold back. After a long time, Han Ju snorted. "Cultivate well. I'll teach you a mystical power when you break through a minor realm. Then, you can challenge Shi Dudao again. You have to win. You're the one I value the most. Don't disappoint me." "Understood." Li Daokong replied in a low voice. Han Ju waved his hand, and Li Daokong bowed and left. When he walked out of the Daoist temple, Li Daokong glanced at Zhang Ju. The dissatisfaction in his heart immediately vanished. He was a proud person, after all. How could he not have emotions after being humiliated by Han Ju? However, when he saw Zhang Ju, there was only bitterness in his heart. Han Ju indeed had the right to mock him. On the way back, Li Xianao came to fetch him and asked him what had happened. Li Daokong didn't hide anything. With that, he sighed and left, preparing to cultivate diligently. Li Xianao was stunned on the spot. Shi Dudao. He's almost the strongest existence below the sages. Why are you making him sound like a mortal? One dares to say it and the other dares to believe it. Li Xianao muttered in confusion. The news that Shi Dudao had returned in failure from the 100-peak immortal river quickly spread throughout the immortal world. In the past few years, Shi Dudao had challenged everyone everywhere. Many Providence sects had been provoked by him. This was the first time he had been defeated. There were many living beings near the 100-peak immortal river. Occasionally, cultivators would pass by, and some coincidentally witnessed this battle. They were all shocked. For a time, legends of the 100-peak immortal river rose again. The more mysterious it was, the easier it was to be imagined by living beings. 300 years later, the 100-peak immortal river became a holy land passed down by word of mouth. 13th Heaven. In a palace of the heavenly race, Ji Xianxian and Fang Liang met. TSK, your grandmaster's hidden sect has been in the limelight again recently. Ji Xianxian smiled. Fang Liang smiled indifferently. It's all right. Grandmaster definitely doesn't want that. Stop posturing. I'm your uncle master now. Ji Xianxian was secretly pleased. He hadn't told anyone that he had entered the hidden sect. Even Fang Liang didn't know. The hidden sect was his final resort. He wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Although Fang Liang came from the hidden sect, he hadn't returned for a long time. Perhaps they no longer treated him as secta member. Ji Xianxian asked, "What's the heavenly court's decision?" Fang Liang said, "I have no objections. The current heavenly court is already desolate. The sages have long stopped asking and only want to subdue the dragon race. Just me and you are probably not enough. The dragon race has a mighty figure who used the providence of the immeasurable calamity to become a pseudo-sage. He's extremely powerful." Chapter 532 Invocation Tao, Great Tao Supreme. Chapter 532 Invocation Tao, Great Tao Supreme. At the mention of the dragon race's mighty figure, Fang Liang's expression turned solemn. Ji Xianxian said calmly, "It's fine. I've also become a pseudo-sage. I'll deal with him. The dragon race will be handed over to the heavenly court. I have too little power in my hands. This mission cannot be made public." Pseudo-sage. Fang Liang sized him up and suddenly felt that he was a little unfamiliar. He asked carefully, "Could it be those limbs?" Ji Xianxian had told him about the technique taught by a sage. He had felt that it wasn't reliable before, but he didn't expect Ji Xianxian to really succeed. Ji Xianxian said, "All right, don't talk about this. Next, tell us how to attack the dragon race." The dragon race is hidden under the eastern sea of the immortal world. There are countless restrictions and array formations, especially the Four Seas Dragon Formation. It can summon the ancient dragon soul. The two of them began to discuss the details of the war against the dragon race. Spring passed and autumn came. Another 300 years passed. Han Ju was getting closer and closer to 40,000 years old. Recently, the immortal world had become more and more lively, causing him to feel that time was beginning to slow down. Han Ju would check his emails every 10 years. He would surf the net and find joy in his boring cultivation. On this day, the temperature of the world rose rapidly. The flowers and plants on the mountain withered at a speed visible to the naked eye before turning into dust. Han Ju felt something and looked up. A vast sun appeared in the starry sky of the 10th level. The sun and moon existed in the 10th heaven, not the 33rd heaven. The 33rd heaven was the chaos, the peak of the heavenly Tao. The sun wasn't rare, but the energy of this sun was boiling and still increasing rapidly as if it wanted to burn the immortal world. Han Ju saw a huge three-legged golden crow curled up in the sun. Its body was definitely one of the top terrifying beasts in the immortal world. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. The Golden Crow Divine Clan was going to appear again. Interesting. It seemed that even if the Heavenly Tao restarted, some characters would still appear. Was it fate? The sudden heat didn't last long. Han Ju saw the heavenly race attack and imprison the sun. To the living beings in the immortal world, they thought it was a natural disaster. Several days later, Jiang Yi found him. Sect Master, the Golden Crow Divine Clan is summoning me. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Have you reached the Pseudo-Sage realm? No, but the Golden Crow Divine Clan is in danger. Have you reached the Pseudo-Sage realm? Sect Master, can't you, have you reached the Pseudo-Sage realm? Jiang Yi almost collapsed. No matter how strong his potential was, it would take him many years to reach the Pseudo-Sage realm. Apart from Han Ju and Li Daokong, who else in the entire hidden sect could reach the Pseudo-Sage realm? Han Ju said expressionlessly, go back and cultivate. Even if you want to escape, don't think about leaving. Believe me, nothing will happen to the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Even if something happens, you can create a new Golden Crow Divine Clan. What are you afraid of? Jiang Yi was speechless. In the end, he still couldn't convince Han Ju and could only leave in a daze. Since Han Ju had set the rules, he wouldn't break them easily to prevent another tragedy. He discovered that these disciples had to be suppressed with power. Otherwise, there would always be people who couldn't control themselves. Time passed. Several decades later. Detected that you have reached 40,000 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and fight for the providence of the heavenly Tao to dominate the immortal world. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the Tao field and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and do not participate in the affairs of the world. Maintain your original intention. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the Tao field, a mystical power inheritance, and a great Tao fragment. Upgrade the Tao field. Han Ju was in a good mood. The system didn't disappoint him, after all. He chose the second option. The heavenly Tao spirit stone wasn't very useful for the time being. He couldn't curse a sage to death directly, so there was no need to stare at it. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a chance to upgrade the Tao field, a mystical power inheritance, and a great Tao fragment. The Tao field has begun to upgrade. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power, Invocation Tao, the final form of the invocation technique. The Tao Lord of the invocation technique can reversely summon all the followers who have grasped the invocation technique. They cannot refuse. Han Ju looked at the lines of words in front of him and became happier. The invocation Tao was okay, but it was a group summoning technique, and it was a forceful one. It was very useful. It could be used against enemies or to relocate his own force. He had already accumulated 7 great Tao fragments. He was only missing 2. Then, he could continue to comprehend the great Tao. As his cultivation level increased, the chances of triggering the system's choice decreased. However, once it was triggered, it would definitely bring top-notch prizes. Han Ju began to inherit the invocation Tao. It took time to level up the Tao field. It took 50 years to successfully level up. The Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the Great Tao Sage level. It has expanded the internal space of the Tao field. Tao field immortal Qi has increased by 10 times. Connate Qi has increased by 10 times. The Tao field can block the prying of the Great Tao's supreme existences. Great Tao Sage level. Han Ju immediately felt safe. But to block the Great Tao Supreme, what level was that? I want to know Ancestor Shitian's realm. Han Ju asked silently. He had a feeling that Ancestor Shitian wasn't only a Great Tao Sage. Since Nuwa had already reached the Great Tao Sage realm, Ancestor Shitian should be stronger. 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Great Tao Sage, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had overestimated Ancestor Shitian. In other words, even Ancestor Shitian couldn't break into the Tao field now. Han Ju was amused. At this moment, no one in the immortal world could kill him unless he ran out and courted death. Awesome. This was cultivation. In a good mood, Han Ju started the simulation trial and challenged Ancestor Shitian. The ancestor was still the ancestor. He easily killed him. Han Ju retracted his complacency and no longer dared to underestimate Ancestor Shitian. At the same time, all the disciples of the hidden sect could feel the spirit qi in the Tao field beginning to increase. Laughter filled every corner of the 100-peak immortal river. Sect Master is using his mystical power again. The spirit qi can still increase. This means that Sect Master has become stronger again. It's really good to stay in the hidden sect. I just need to cultivate in peace. Sect Master is the true sage. I heard from the living beings outside the 100-peak immortal river that they cultivate under other sages and occasionally have to carry out missions. There's no cultivation holy land as peaceful as the hidden sect. Cultivate well and repay the Sect Master in the future. Sect Master said that only a pseudo-sage can go out. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to repay him. 100-peak immortal river. Han Zuetian, Long Arm Ape, and the three immortals of Chu Jun gathered together. Eagle Head Immortal sighed. Sect Master's mystical power is truly unimaginable. How good would it be if we could become personal disciples? Han Zuetian raised his wine cup and smiled. You want to become a personal disciple? Other than talent, you still have to contribute. Snakehead Immortal asked in surprise, how? We can't go out. Han Zuetian smiled mysteriously. You only need to be prepared. I need you later. I'll go find Grandmaster in a few years. Chapter 533 New Heavenly Court, Li Mui's Request. Chapter 533 New Heavenly Court, Li Mui's Request. 7 years later, Han Zuetian came to visit him. Han Ju didn't want to see him at first, but Han Zuetian said that there was something big. After entering the Daoist temple, Han Zuetian knelt down and bowed. Han Ju didn't say anything. Han Zuetian looked up and said, Grandmaster, recently, when I was taking care of the natural treasures under the Fusang tree, it told me that it can already connect to more than 100 space-time interfaces and even worlds that are not controlled by the heavenly Tao. I think the hidden sect can develop in advance. There are many living beings in the hidden sect whose potential has already reached the limit. They can't improve on their cultivation. There's no point in them staying here anymore. Han Ju frowned. Under the light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection, Han Zuetian couldn't see his expression. Han Ju subconsciously wanted to refute, but he stopped. It had to be said that Han Zuetian's words were indeed reasonable. Even with Han Ju preaching in the enhancement of the Tao field, not all living beings could cultivate endlessly. Living beings with mediocre potential could at most cultivate to the immortal Emperor realm. Not long ago, the Emperor realm was far beyond Han Ju's reach. Since staying was useless, they could do as Han Zuetian said. There was no need to do so in the area of the heavenly Tao. It was fine outside the heavenly Tao. At least, it was a good thing to understand the outside world. If these disciples encountered a powerful enemy that even Han Ju couldn't defeat, he could just not save them. Han Ju asked, You can't increase your cultivation anymore. Han Zuetian hurriedly replied, I can. I don't want to go out personally. I just made a suggestion. Many disciples want to contribute to the hidden sect, but they don't have a chance. For example, the long-arm ape who just returned not long ago. The long-arm ape went out to train for many years. After teaching its mystical power to the long-arm ape race, it returned to the hidden sect. As for the secret mission given by Han Ju, it didn't meet Han Tuo and could only give up. The reason why it returned was mainly that it had been defeated and lost to a Buddhist cultivator. Therefore, it wanted to return to cultivate and become stronger. Han Ju said, then, go down and calculate. After the next lecture, make arrangements. Han Zuetian was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly nodded. He didn't disturb Han Ju anymore and quickly left. Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. It wasn't necessary for him to develop a force outside the heavenly Tao, but he could still have one. 50 years later. Han Ju checked his emails while cultivating. Now that he was reading his emails, he felt like he was playing with loot boxes. He wondered if something had happened to his unlucky friends. Happiness was built on the pain of others. Your disciple, Ji Xianxian, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by the true dragon race, X123021. Your good friend Qiu Shilai has fused with the heavenly Tao power and suffered a backlash. His sage heart has been damaged. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by Jie school cultivators, X763. Your good friend, the heavenly emperor, has established the ruins of End Heavenly Court. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress Hudu was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Tai Sutian has received guidance from a sage. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Han Ming was attacked by your son Han Tuo. Wasn't Ji Xianxian a pseudo-sage? He was severely injured just like that. It was a little ridiculous. Han Ju frowned. He was angry when he read the emails. However, he was amused upon seeing that Qiu Shilai had failed to fuse with the heavenly Tao power. The worst thing for his enemies was to have an ally that caused them trouble. He read on. There was a lot of information. The heavenly emperor established the heavenly court and started his old empire again. Han Ju was very worried about the heavenly emperor. He could only pray that there was another Han Ju in the deity realm of the ruins of End who could help him overcome the obstacles. When Han Ju saw Han Tuo attacking Han Ming, his expression became strange. He had indeed neglected Han Tuo recently. Did anything happen when the two of them met? Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. Han Tuo was actually still with Han Ming. The two of them seemed to have a good relationship and were adventuring in a place filled with restrictions. The two of them were too weak. A rank 9 immortal emperor was secretly watching them with ill intentions. This kid actually grasped the chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idol. Han Ju was suddenly surprised. He didn't expect the grand unity aspect to be inherited through his bloodline. Although there was only one fiend celestial Dharma idol in the depths of Han Tuo's soul, it was enough. This kid also had the capital to cross realms to kill enemies. Yeah. His golden finger. Han Ju was satisfied with Han Tuo's current development. Under the circumstances of bloodline suppression and no backing, his cultivation until now was not bad. When this kid is about to die, I'll bring him back to the hidden sect to cultivate. Han Ju thought silently. As for Han Ming, compared to Han Tuo, he was too mediocre. In this life, he would at most barely reach the deity realm. Li Mui wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? A notification suddenly appeared and interrupted his thoughts. Han Ju ignored him. Li Mui wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Li Mui wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Li Mui started to spam. Han Ju was a little surprised. Li Mui wasn't such an impatient person. Did something happen? If I accepted Li Mui's dream, will my life be in danger? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, Han Ju immediately relaxed and accepted Li Mui's dream. He wanted to see what this old thing had to say. The dream began. Han Ju opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived at a small pavilion. The mountains outside were undulating and the mountains were beautiful. It was refreshing. Li Mui sat in front of him. There was a chessboard on the stone table between the two. Li Mu asked expressionlessly, "Do you know how to play?" Han Ju glanced at it and said, "You want to challenge me in Gamoku?" What's Gamoku? The winner is the one who connects 5 pieces first. Childish and boring. Forget it, I'll get straight to the point. Li Mui shook his head and waved his right hand. The chessboard vanished. Han Ju cursed silently. How dare he look down on him? This was also good. Although Han Ju knew how to play Go, his skills were average. He probably couldn't win against Li Mui. There was no need to ask for trouble. Li Mui said, "You aren't a heavenly Tao sage, but you have used your strength to attain the Tao. You seem to be very wary of the heavenly Tao. If you want to advance another level, you need to create your own heavenly Tao. I have already created a little heavenly Tao. It's not inferior to the current immortal world, but my providence is insufficient. I would like to invite you to create a new heavenly Tao." Han Ju asked, "What do you mean? You want me to build your heavenly Tao with you?" Li Mui shook his head. "I want you to create your own heavenly Tao, but place it near my heavenly Tao. In the future, we can resist the great Tao immeasurable calamity together. In the past tens of thousands of years, a mysterious existence has been driving the inauspicious evil of the dark forbidden zone. It's probably the sign of the great Tao immeasurable calamity." Han Ju showed a frown. What was Li Mui doing? He had been plotting against him previously, but now, he wanted to rope him in. He's so anxious. Did something happen? I'll consider this, Han Ju said. Li Mui sighed. There's one more thing. I want to trouble you. Recently, my heavenly Tao has been targeted. The other party is a freedom sage, and he has also walked the path of attaining the Tao through strength. I'm not his match. Once the other heavenly Tao sages leave the heavenly Tao, their cultivation levels will be no different from that of a pseudo-sage. I can only rely on you. Chapter 534 Dark Sage King, Reputation of Invincibility. Chapter 534 Dark Sage King, Reputation of Invincibility. Han Ju remained silent. After hearing Li Mui's words, his first reaction was, "What's wrong with this old fellow? Why did he think that Han Ju would help him?" Seeing through his thoughts, Li Mui said, "If you help me, from now on, if the sages dare to scheme against you, I will firmly support you. I will also introduce you to the ancestors of the human school. If you have the chance in the future, you can go listen to the great Tao. Even Yuhua could transcend the heavenly Tao." Han Ju had long suspected that the sages of the past had already stepped into a higher realm. As the first Providence sect, the human school's foundation was naturally unfathomable. However, this wasn't enough to move Han Ju. After all, he had to take risks. Han Ju said, "I'll consider it." Li Mui frowned. From his understanding of this fellow, thinking about it meant rejecting him. He asked, "What do you want?" "Tell me." Han Ju said, "I don't want anything. I've just attained the Tao not long ago. I have to deal with enemies that you can't even deal with. I still have to be wary of your junior brothers launching a sneak attack on my Tao field at any time. They're forcing me." Li Mui felt awkward. The atmosphere became deathly silent. Li Mui was speechless. Han Ju said, "Let me think about it. This is very important. If it were you, you wouldn't have agreed directly, right?" "Fine," Li Mui said helplessly. The dream ended. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. He began to derive, "I want to know who the enemy Li Mui is talking about is. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." A figure appeared in Han Ju's mind. This person wore a black Taoist robe. His sleeves fluttered and his long hair was like a waterfall. There was a vertical eye between his eyebrows. Dark Sage King, Cultivation Unknown, Chaotic Fiend Celestial, Chaotic Fiend Celestial. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Goodness. He couldn't provoke this guy. The unknown cultivation meant that it was at least higher than Han Ju's cultivation. Perhaps he could defeat the other party, but the other party had a chance to kill him. If he couldn't kill him instantly, he couldn't be his enemy. Han Ju put this matter aside for the time being and ignored it. Arrange for the disciples to go out later. They can't go to Li Mui's Kiliacosm world. Han Ju thought silently. As for Li Mui's dreams in the future, he would ignore them. He wasn't afraid of offending him. When the Dark Sage King succeeded, Li Mui's cultivation would definitely plummet. He might even be severely injured and become the weakest sage. These sages who relied on the providence of the heavenly Tao had unstable foundations. They were nothing to fear. Time passed. A piece of news suddenly spread throughout the immortal world, shaking the world. The heavenly court defeated the dragon race, and from then on, they became a subordinate of the heavenly court. This dragon race included the true dragon race and other dragons. After the heavenly Tao restarted, the dragon race also appeared. They relied on their powerful physical potential to dominate the sea and had extremely high prestige. The submission of the dragon race caused all living beings to look at the heavenly court. It was the orthodox lineage of the immortal gods. While everyone was shocked by the heavenly court's strength, the isolated 100-peak immortal river was calm and peaceful. In the blink of an eye, another 500 years passed. Han Ju had just finished his lecture when he taught the invocation technique to the million living beings in the hidden sect. He declared that this mystical power was a secret technique and was not allowed to be used. If they used it recklessly, they would suffer a backlash. All the disciples believed Han Ju's words. Only a few personal disciples had used the invocation technique, so most of the disciples still had reverence for it. Han Ju came in front of the Fusang tree and let it open up more than 100 spatial vortexes. He scanned with his divine sense. These space-time continuums were of different strengths. The strongest was still Li Mui's Kiliacosm world. Among them, 6 worlds did not have the providence of the heavenly Tao and were not controlled by the heavenly Tao. After observing, Han Ju made a decision. After returning to the Taoist temple, he continued cultivating. 10 years later, Han Zuetian brought 1,000 in-name disciples to the Fusang tree. These in-name disciples had already reached the Emperor realm and could no longer increase their cultivation. The Fusang tree opened a spatial vortex and said, "Enter from here." The empty vortex was chosen by Han Ju previously. It wasn't too strong or too weak. If 1,000 immortal emperors entered, they could at least dominate an area. Han Zuetian turned around and looked at the 1,000 in-name disciples. After we arrive, find a place to take root and understand the situation of this world before making plans. The disciples nodded. Then, under Han Zuetian's guidance, they jumped into the spatial vortex. This batch of disciples was considered the top among the in-name disciples. Their departure was also a huge matter, causing the other disciples to discuss. Han Ju didn't hide the fact that they were going outside the heavenly Tao. It was a good opportunity to stimulate the sect and make the disciples more united. Several months later, Han Ju received Li Mui's dream notification again. This time, he ignored it. Li Mui kept spamming the dreams. Han Ju wasn't in a breakthrough state, so the system didn't block it for him. After a month, Li Mui gave up. Li Mui's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 4 stars, Han Ju didn't care at all. Since Li Mui couldn't protect himself, he had no time to take revenge. Several months passed. Li Daokong came to visit him. Sect Master, I want to go out and train. I want to imitate Shi Dudao and challenge the mighty figures. Li Daokong said with a firm gaze. Han Ju asked, aren't you afraid of sages? As long as I don't leave the heavenly Tao, sages can't personally attack me. What I want to do is become the strongest pseudo-sage. I just need the sages to pressure me and force me to grow. Have you thought about it? Han Ju asked seriously. Li Daokong was already a pseudo-sage and met the requirements to go out. Li Daokong nodded. Han Ju said, I'll teach you a mystical power to help you become an invincible pseudo-sage. He raised his hand and pointed. The inherited memories surged into Li Daokong's mind. Great Tao mystical power, 10,000 life sword. Everything in the world could become a sword. This was Han Ju's strongest sword Tao mystical power. Several days later, Li Daokong opened his eyes and exclaimed, this mystical power, Han Ju said calmly, was created by me. You are the second person to grasp it. Li Daokong's expression changed. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Sect Master, I will never forget your kindness. I will fight for the hidden sect even if my body and soul are destroyed in this life. Li Daokong's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars, the 10,000 life sword was too powerful. He had never cultivated such a mystical power and had never even seen it. Han Ju could teach him this mystical power, which was no different from treating him as a direct disciple. At this moment, Li Daokong's feelings for Han Ju completely changed. He became like his personal disciples. Han Ju said, Daokong, don't disappoint me. I look forward to your achievements the most. If the hidden sect gives birth to a second sage, I feel and hope that it will be you. I won't let Sect Master down. Go. Make a name for yourself before coming back. Yes. With that, Li Daokong was moved out of the 100-peak immortal river by Han Ju. He floated high in the sky. Under the sunlight, his white robe fluttered in the wind. A proud expression appeared on his handsome face again. With this mystical power, I will definitely be invincible in the immortal world. Shi Dudao, are you ready? Chapter 535 Shi Dudao's Favorability, Crisis of the Heavenly Devil. Chapter 535 Shi Dudao's Favorability, Crisis of the Heavenly Devil. Li Daokong's departure did not cause a commotion in the hidden sect. Apart from Han Ju, the personal disciples thought that he was cultivating in seclusion. Many years later, Li Xian'eo went to visit Li Daokong and saw the letter he had left behind. He stood in Li Daokong's Daoist temple and was silent for a long time. His emotions turned into a sigh. He knew his senior best. He was competitive. This trip was said to seek invincibility, but it was actually to defeat Shi Dudao and regain his reputation. Li Xian'eo wasn't too worried. He believed in his senior. Perhaps Li Daokong wasn't Shi Dudao's match now, but as long as he was given time, he would surpass the other party sooner or later. Li Xian'eo stopped thinking and left. If he wanted to help his senior, he had to seize the time to cultivate. 100 years passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes and checked the emails. He had endured for 100 years because he wanted to see what Li Daokong could do. Your disciple Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your disciple Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Emperor Chen was attacked by your disciple Li Daokong. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by your disciple Li Daokong. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your disciple Li Daokong and was severely injured. Han Ju showed a frown. Shi Dudao didn't develop any feelings for him, causing him to not be able to check on Li Daokong in his situation. He could only dream. Han Ju immediately used the dark nightmare and saw Shi Dudao in the image of the dark forbidden lord. The dream was a volcano range. Magma covered the ground like a spider web. The sky was dense with black clouds, making the world extremely oppressive. Shi Dudao opened his eyes and saw the black shadow like Han Ju. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" He was shocked. The other party directly pulled him into a dream realm, and he couldn't block it. This meant that the difference in cultivation between the two was huge. Han Ju said in a hoarse voice, "I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord. Your potential is not bad. I choose you." Shi Dudao frowned. "Why did you choose? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks, me. Dark Forbidden Lord. The most terrifying mastermind of the previous immeasurable calamity." Although Shi Dudao didn't enter the calamity, he often heard the disciples of the other sages talking about him. After the heavenly Tao restarted, the Dark Forbidden Lord even targeted the sages. There were rumors that the Dark Forbidden Lord was transformed by a sage. No matter who the Dark Forbidden Lord was, Shi Dudao knew that he was not his match. "Be my believer and I will bring you to the Great Tao," Han Ju said solemnly. "Great Tao? What Great Tao? Surpass the heavenly Tao? What do I need to do for you?" "You don't have to do anything. Wait for the day the darkness descends and you will know what to do." He. Shi Dudao smiled. Han Ju cursed silently. "How dare you laugh at me?" Shi Dudao changed the topic and said, "You can make me a sage." Han Ju said, "Of course. I have the method to attain the Tao through strength. I also have the primordial purple qi. I even have an even stronger Tao attainment qi." Shi Dudao was moved. Tao attainment had already become his mental demon. The sages were unwilling to support him in attaining the Tao because he had not submitted to a certain sage. Shi Dudao knew that even if he acknowledged a sage as his master, the sage might not let him attain the Tao. Looking back at the past and present, every sage was the son or eldest personal disciple of the previous sage. If he had joined the sage as a pseudo-sage, his own Tao heart couldn't take it. "All right." Shi Dudao gritted his teeth and said with a determined expression. "Shi Dudao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. 1 star was enough." Han Ju didn't really want to accept him. He raised his right hand, and a beam of light pierced into Shi Dudao's forehead. It was so fast that Shi Dudao didn't even have time to react. When Shi Dudao woke up, the dream had already ended. A mystical power appeared in his mind. Great freedom heaven imprisoning palm. Space mystical power that could take in the sky with one palm. As his cultivation level increased, he could absorb the heavenly Tao at its strongest. Absorption of the heavenly Tao. Shi Dudao was shocked. This mystical power. On the other side, Shi Dudao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars, Han Ju was not surprised. His mystical power was strong enough. After all, it was a top-notch system. He checked his emails again. Indeed, the mysterious mighty figure had changed. "Your disciple Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Shi Dudao and was severely injured." Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by your disciple Li Daokong. Indeed. Li Daokong wasn't Shi Dudao's match for the time being. Li Daokong was a peerless genius that was rare in history, but he, Shi Dudao, was also peerlessly talented. He was a great Tao inheritor and his cultivation level had reached the limit below the sages. Li Daokong had the 10,000 life sword and was indeed unable to defeat him. Han Ju suddenly started to look forward to it. Which was stronger, the great Tao mystical power, 10,000 life sword, or the great freedom heaven imprisoning palm, which could absorb the heavenly Tao. 33rd heaven, in the chaos. Li Mui, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, Fuxician, Emperor Shao, and Qiu Shilai stood side by side. Their expressions were all very ugly. Following their gaze, there was a huge, dense black hole in the darkness. Purple lightning flickered faintly, and a low and weak panting sound came from it. Sect Master Tian Ju asked in a low voice, "What is it?" "My sage sense can't penetrate it, but I can feel its aura rapidly becoming stronger." The sages looked at Li Mui. His cultivation was the highest. Heavenly Devil, chaotic heavenly devil. This devil gathered the negative karma of the calamity and is no longer inferior to a sage, Li Mui said with an ugly expression. The sages couldn't help but look at Emperor Shao. Emperor Shao snorted. "Heavenly devils are not us devils. Our devil race is still hidden in the darkness of the 32nd heaven being tortured by the heavenly Tao. This treatment is all thanks to the care of the sages." The sages weren't ashamed of his mockery. Instead, they looked at Li Mui again. Li Mui sighed. "I'm leaving the heavenly Tao for some time. My Kiliacosm world has shown signs of trouble. I'll leave this matter to you. If you can't subdue this thing, the immortal world will be in danger. Its target is the immortal world. I can sense its bloodthirsty desire. It's very hungry and very angry." The expressions of the sages changed drastically. Without Li Mui, they had no backbone. Qiu Shilai said, "We can't even see through it. How can we subdue it? Why don't we find the ancestor?" Fuxician shook his head. "Ancestor left thousands of years ago and has yet to return." Li Mui's expression changed, and he suddenly disappeared. The sages weren't surprised. They already knew Li Mui's situation. The most important thing now was to deal with this terrifying and unknown heavenly devil. The aura of the sages. "Wait for me." At this moment, a horrified voice sounded from the black hole, causing the sages' scalps to tingle. "Heavenly Tao. You have to hide well. Don't let me find you. I'll eat you." The sages looked at each other and made up their minds. They took out their strongest Dharma treasures and prepared to join forces to suppress it. The heavenly devil in the black hole laughed crazily. "A bunch of puppets, the fools in the heavenly Tao illusion. All of you dare to attack me, you don't know your limits." Chapter 536 Tao Heavenly Devil, must be insta-killed. Chapter 536 Tao Heavenly Devil, must be insta-killed. Time passed. Another 200 years passed. Inside the Taoist temple. Han Ju suddenly felt uneasy. He opened his eyes and looked up. His gaze traveled through the 33rd heaven and saw a huge battle. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, Qiu Shilai, Fuxician, and Emperor Shao attacked a black hole together. Their mystical powers were endless and their Dharma treasures were powerful. "What?" Han Ju frowned and looked at the black hole. What made him uneasy was not the battle, but the mysterious existence in the black hole. This feeling. Han Ju thought of how he felt when he first faced the inauspicious evil. Could this be related to the dark forbidden zone? Han Ju called the strange deity over and sent it the scene of the 33rd heaven, scaring it. It began to wave frantically. Through telepathy, Han Ju knew what it meant. Danger. It was very dangerous. Extreme danger. The strange deity's first reaction was to escape. Han Ju frowned and suppressed the uncontrollable strange deity in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. "I want to know if I can defeat what the sages are facing. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" Continue. Possible. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. Possible? Han Ju's heart almost exploded. That meant that he could be defeated. Not to mention being defeated, Han Ju wanted to insta-kill the enemy. No. Han Ju continued to derive, I want to know its identity. This time, his lifespan was not deducted. Tao Heavenly Devil, cultivation unknown, transformed by negative karma, an extremely evil existence. Han Ju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the Tao Heavenly Devil. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. As he cursed, he watched the battle in the 33rd heaven. The Tao Heavenly Devil did not seem to be affected by the curse. Facing the attacks of the sages, its aura did not decrease. Han Ju hurriedly stopped. Cursing the enemy consumed too much lifespan. It was better to derive it directly. Cursing Sage Jinan until he went mad was enough for Han Ju to derive hundreds of questions about sages. I want to know if my curse can work on Tao Heavenly Devil. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, he has the power of curses, to begin with. Han Ju showed a frown. This was a little inexplicable. Han Ju stood up and activated all his supreme treasures. Divine light shone brightly and illuminated his body. He followed and arrived above the sages of the 33rd heaven. His appearance pleasantly surprised the sages. Han Ju, hurry up and kill this demon. Xiu Shilai shouted. Han Ju immediately used the simulation trial to copy the Tao Heavenly Devil's data and then disappeared. The sages were stunned for a moment before continuing to attack. In an instant, Han Ju received several messages that the hatred points had increased. He didn't mind and started the simulation trial. An hour later, Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. What a Tao Heavenly Devil! How powerful! Han Ju had to use all his fiend celestial Dharma idols to kill it. Before this, he had almost been killed by Tao Heavenly Devil many times. Powerful enemy. This was definitely the strongest enemy Han Ju had ever encountered. Han Ju continued the simulation trial and looked for a way to insta-kill the Tao Heavenly Devil. He kept trying. 2 years passed. Han Ju still didn't find a way to insta-kill the Tao Heavenly Devil. Fortunately, he had already become a sage. Otherwise, his black hair would definitely have turned white. Xiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Xiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? This lunatic was spamming again. Han Ju thought of the Tao Heavenly Devil and agreed to the dream. In the dream, Xiu Shilai was still majestic and domineering. He looked down at Han Ju and said in a low voice, "The Heavenly Devil attacked. Why did you only take a look and leave?" Han Ju was angry in his mind. He had fought for 2 years to deal with the Tao Heavenly Devil. Even if he didn't contribute, he had worked hard. He retorted. Could it be that the sages can't deal with the Heavenly Devil? That's right. We will all suffer a backlash. Sooner or later, the Heavenly Devil will enter the 33rd heaven. At that time, we will all die. Even the Heavenly Tao and all living beings will be devoured. Your 100-peak immortal river can forget about escaping. Xiu Shilai's tone was filled with resentment. Han Ju remained silent. Xiu Shilai sighed. The Heavenly Tao is in danger. The next time the Heavenly Devil attack, I hope you can take action and fight with us. Otherwise, the Heavenly Tao will be in danger. Han Ju said, I'll consider it. Don't just consider it, you have to come. Why? What do I owe the Heavenly Tao? Han Ju was furious. This fellow was plotting against him with the Heavenly Tao. Don't think that he didn't know. However, Xiu Shilai had helped him in the previous calamity, so he did not directly attack him. Facing such a tough nut, Xiu Shilai was also annoyed. He said, if the Heavenly Tao is destroyed, where can you go? That's it. Han Ju waved his right hand and forcefully broke through Qiu Shilai's dream. In the Dao field. Qiu Shilai opened his eyes with a solemn expression. This kid is already so strong. A storm brewed in his heart. Although Han Ju was a sage, he had always felt that he wasn't at his level. After all, the two of them had never fought. But just now, the appearance of the Dao Heavenly Devil gave Han Ju a sense of urgency. He began to cultivate in seclusion and comprehended the great Dao of extreme origin every day. The living beings of the immortal world did not sense that a calamity was coming. Some cultivated, some searched for treasures, some preached the Dao, and some fought. All living beings had all sorts of forms. The cycle of reincarnation changed and formed a set of rules. In a cave, Li Daokong was meditating and healing his injuries. A sword floated behind him, emitting the aura of a heavenly sovereign. He slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "Although the 10,000 life sword is strong, my dermic powers are inferior to Sherdudao's. I still have to increase my cultivation, but my cultivation speed is too slow. It seems that I can only seek the help of a supreme treasure." Li Daokong urgently wanted to defeat Sherdudao. If he couldn't defeat him, it would become his mental demon. At this moment, a voice came from the foot of the cave. "May I ask if Senior is Li Daokong of the hidden sect?" Li Daokong ignored him and closed his eyes again. The voice sounded. "Your hidden sect disciple is in danger. If you don't save him, he will definitely die." Li Daokong opened his eyes and sucked the person into the cave. This person was dressed gorgeously and had a handsome face. He had an immortal aura. He knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists. "I'm Han Ming. This child was captured by the Jia school." He waved his hand and a figure appeared beside him. It was Han Tuo. Li Daokong was stunned when he saw Han Tuo's face. Too similar. It was simply like Han Ju. Li Daokong pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that Han Tuo's karma was extremely vague. Could it be? 100 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes. He was still very far from the mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. This made him very frustrated. It had been a long time since he had broken through. He wasn't used to it. The Dao Heavenly Devil could attack at any time. Han Ju hoped that he could have the strength to insta-kill the Dao Heavenly Devil before that. He had to check his emails to calm down. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil. His sage heart is damaged. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a heavenly devil, X19230, your good friend Empress Huda was cursed by a mysterious curse and developed mental demons. Your good friend Sherdudao was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Pan Xian has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Emperor Shao was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil. His sage heart is damaged. Chapter 537 Unification of the Dao Sect, Han Tuo's Hope. Chapter 537 Unification of the Dao Sect, Han Tuo's Hope. Qiu Shilai and Emperor Shao were both injured. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This heavenly devil was very strong. He looked up and saw that the 33rd heaven was silent. The black hole that hid the Dao Heavenly Devil was still there. Purple lightning interweaved, and a silent pressure could be felt. Han Ju could sense the aura of the Dao Heavenly Devil. If this fellow didn't escape, how did it hurt the sages? Divine sense attack. Han Ju couldn't figure it out. No matter what, the Dao Heavenly Devil had yet to enter the Heavenly Dao, so he still had time. During this period of time, Han Ju had to hurry up and become stronger. He had to strive to insta-kill the Dao Heavenly Devil as soon as possible. After reading the emails, Han Ju closed his eyes and started cultivating. Advertisements. The 33rd heaven became extremely silent because of the appearance of the Tao heavenly devil. The sages no longer preached the Tao, and no cultivators came to visit. This solemn atmosphere quickly spread to the immortal world. The disciples of the sage sect began to spread rumors that the heavenly Tao was about to face danger. 300 years later, the voice of the sages suddenly sounded in the immortal world. I, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, lead the Chan school to enter the Tao sect. I will take Sage Chiu Shilai as the Tao Lord. I, Sect Master Tian Ju, lead the Jie school to enter the Tao sect. I will take Sage Chiu Shilai as the Tao Lord. I, Fuxician, lead the human race to believe in the Tao sect. I will take Sage Chiu Shilai as the Tao Lord. I, Emperor Shao, lead the devil race and the devil cultivators to enter the Tao sect. I will take Sage Chiu Shilai as the Tao Lord. I, Chiu Shilai, lead the Buddhist sect to join the Tao sect. From today onwards, all sages are part of the Tao sect. The providence of the heavenly Tao will return to the Tao sect and all living beings will bear testament to it. In the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes with a strange expression. The sages were joining forces, with Chiu Shilai as the lead. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Wait. Could it be that they wanted to pour all the heavenly Tao providence into Chiu Shilai's body and let him resist the Tao heavenly devil? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He looked up and saw that the Tao field Chiu Shilai was in was enveloped by a huge barrier. It was holy and magnificent. Han Ju asked silently, after Chiu Shilai fuses with the heavenly Tao providence of the sages, can he kill me? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It's possible. Han Ju's eyelids twitched. It seemed that he couldn't leave the Tao field anymore. Otherwise, he would easily fail. Han Ju adjusted his emotions and continued cultivating. As for the Tao heavenly devil, he couldn't care less. He had to surpass Chiu Shilai first. Above the endless sea, Li Dao Kong and Shi Dudao floated above the clouds. Shi Dudao frowned. If the sages join forces, could it be that there is a terrifying existence hidden in that black hole? Li Dao Kong said coldly, Shi Dudao, focus on fighting me. Hearing this, Shi Dudao looked impatient and said, you aren't my match at all. Why do you keep pestering me? Can't you afford to lose? Humph, you didn't really defeat me. What do I have to do to win? Kill you? I know someone. His strength convinced me. Although you're strong, you're not strong enough to make me despair. Hee hee. Killing intent flashed across Shi Dudao's eyes. The floating sea of clouds suddenly stopped. Even the waves stopped. In the distance, on the beach, Han Ming and Han Tuo watched from afar. The current Han Tuo was already mature. He was handsome, but his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and he exuded an elegant air. Although Han Ming was handsome, he was much inferior to Han Tuo. Who is Senior Li's opponent? Han Tuo asked. Han Ming said calmly, he's an existence that's far beyond our reach. Don't ask. Senior Li has yet to agree to take us in as disciples. Han Tuo frowned. Senior Li is so powerful. The Jie school let me go with just one sentence from him. How did you convince him to save me? Also, after they captured me, I met a cultivator surnamed Huang. After that, they treated me well. Why? Brother Han, our surnames are both Han. Are you related to my father? Who is my father? Han Tuo wasn't stupid. After wandering for so many years, he discovered that what really made him rise was not his mother's body tempering technique, but his own potential. The reason why the immortal master did not detect his cultivation potential was that his potential was too strong. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see through him. He had once returned to the eastern city to find his parents, but he had only seen his mother's tombstone. His father had long vanished. He had asked cultivators to deduce the karma, and his father had long died. If his father had a powerful background, he wouldn't have died. In the worst case, he could have been harmed and lost his life. Every time he thought of this, Han Tuo would be furious. And the thought that his father might have been killed by his enemies made the mysterious and violent power in his body restrain itself. Ever since he was young, he had always respected his father. If not for his father's guidance, he would have died 100 years ago. Han Ming looked into the distance and said, "We just happen to have the same surname. I don't know your father. Don't think too much. When I met you back then, didn't you attack me? I even wanted to kill you. As for Senior Li, I have some affinity with him." Han Tuo frowned. "What about the Jie school?" Han Ming rolled his eyes. "How would I know? They might want you to not suffer before your death. After all, it's a sage sect. It won't be good if news of them bullying you gets out. If they really have good intentions towards you, why would they trap you?" Han Tuo felt that it made sense. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was really daydreaming sometimes. Could it be that he had encountered too many geniuses that he always looked forward to having mighty figures in his ancestry? It was just wishful thinking. Boom! A terrifying wind suddenly swept along the sea. Han Tuo and Han Ming's expressions changed drastically as they took out their Dharma treasures to block it. But how could they withstand the pressure of a pseudo-sage? Before the two of them could react, they were blown away and vanished into the horizon with the sand. 33rd Heaven, Buddhist Tao Field. In the Golden Palace, the sages gathered. Sect Master Tianju asked, "Zhou Shilai, how do you feel?" The other sages also looked at him. Advertisements. Zhou Shilai did not maintain his true body that was 10,000 feet tall, but his mortal-like body. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "Not bad. I'm much stronger than before. I can even drive the heavenly Tao's power." Fuxishan asked, "Can you defeat Tao Heavenly Devil?" Zhou Shilai had a complicated expression as he said, "Perhaps not. It's still a little lacking. The Tao Heavenly Devil's power of misfortune is too strong and can't be killed. His power is at a higher level. If I want to kill him, I have to fuse the providence of the Heavenly Tao and the sage heart." The sages' expressions changed. The reason why they formed the Tao sect was to deal with the Tao Heavenly Devil. However, according to Zhou Shilai, once they fused, he would be the strongest sage in the future. Even if they separated their providence, it would not affect his cultivation. Most importantly, this fellow had the Tao destruction mystical power. The hall was silent and the atmosphere became strange. Zhou Shilai took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoists, we have gone through 4 immeasurable calamities. However, we are the only ones left at the top of the heavenly Tao. No matter how we fight, it is considered internal strife. Now that the Tao Heavenly Devil is coming, if he swallows the heavenly Tao, we will all die. In this battle, all of you can only believe me. I won't let you down." Chapter 538 New Function of the System, Chaos in the Immortal World. Chapter 538 New Function of the System, Chaos in the Immortal World. The sages were silent and speechless. There was only one way. They felt desolate. So what if they survived this calamity? In the future, wouldn't they have to bow down to Zhou Shilai? Emperor Xiao said, "Let's transcend this tribulation first. Zhou Shilai will personally face the Tao Heavenly Devil. He's under greater pressure than us. We have to support him now." His words were approved by the other sages. This matter was settled. Year after year passed. Another 100 years passed. Advertisements in the past 100 years, many things had happened. Mighty figures had established the mortal world, and some new races wanted to fight for providence. The golden crows on the sun appeared and began to create demons. The demons that had once filled the heavens appeared again. The concept of demons was very vague. Other than the heavenly Tao race, everyone could be considered a demon. With this slogan, the golden crow's power quickly expanded. The legend of the 100-peak immortal river faded again and was no longer mentioned by everyone. The 1,000 immortal emperors from the hidden sect also took root in that new world. This world had yet to be unified and was in a chaotic period. Han Ju didn't pay attention to these 1,000 unnamed disciples. If they really encountered trouble, he could just use the invocation Tao to teleport all of them back. At this current stage, Han Ju focused on comprehending the great Tao of extreme origin. His sage power kept increasing, and he was frantically chasing after the mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Only by reaching the mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm would Han Ju's strength increase greatly and allow him to insta-kill Qiu Shilai and Tao heavenly devil. Cultivating in the sage realm required time. On this day, another battle erupted in the 33rd heaven. Han Ju could sense it. He looked up, and Qiu Shilai appeared in front of the black hole. 3 supreme treasures of different forms floated around him, emitting 3-colored divine light. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The other sages watched from afar. Qiu Shilai suddenly rushed into the black hole. In an instant, purple lightning flashed like dragons and snakes interweaving. Soon, it shrank and disappeared. The sages were stunned. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate frowned. What's going on? I can't sense their aura at all. Sect Master Tian Ju said expressionlessly, we can only wait and see. On the other side, Han Ju couldn't help but check his emails. Your good friend Qiu Shilai has fused with the heavenly Tao providence and stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil. Next, Qiu Shilai was constantly attacked by heavenly devils. It seemed that there was more than one heavenly devil in the black hole. Han Ju flashed the emails in front of him. As he cultivated, he paid attention to Qiu Shilai's situation. In the next 300 years, Qiu Shilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil more than 1,000,000 times. The Tao heavenly devil was still very strong. Even if he fused with the providence of the heavenly Tao, Qiu Shilai still couldn't defeat him. From the looks of it, Qiu Shilai was not very strong. Although Han Ju couldn't insta-kill the Tao heavenly devil, he could still kill him in 5 minutes. What he panicked about was that the enemy could not be insta-killed. It was not invincible against Han Ju. On this day, your good friend Qiu Shilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil and was severely injured. Qiu Shilai still lost. Han Ju shook his head. It seemed that Qiu Shilai was about the same strength as Tao heavenly devil, but the latter had greater persistence. The heavenly Tao sage was still a heavenly Tao sage. Useless. Han Ju secretly felt disdain. At the same time, the sky suddenly turned red. The entire immortal world was the same. An extremely oppressive atmosphere filled the world. Immediately after, black holes of different sizes appeared in the sky. It was as if the sky was filled with holes, looking sinister and terrifying. This scene shocked all the living beings in the world. The world was in an uproar. Malevolent heavenly devils flew out from the dense black holes. These heavenly devils had different forms. Their bodies were wrapped in a black aura and their bodies were different in size. The common point was that their appearance was terrifying and ugly with blood-red eyes. The biggest heavenly devil was 1,000,000 feet tall. The smallest heavenly devil was also taller than a mortal. Han Ju instantly felt several heavenly devils that were comparable to a pseudo-sage. Qiu Shilai had really lost. Detected that the heavenly devils are coming and that the heavenly Tao calamity is coming. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and kill all the heavenly devils. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, and a chance to activate a new function of the system. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and do not fight with the heavenly devils. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. When Han Ju saw these 3 lines of words, he didn't make a decision immediately. If it was in the past, he would definitely choose the second option. However, a new function of the system attracted him. It wasn't difficult to kill all the heavenly devils. It was simple to kill them. Han Ju decided to choose after some time. There was no need to choose immediately unless he was in a hurry to receive the reward. He continued to cultivate. The chaos in the immortal world would be resolved by the immortal world. He had to hurry up and become stronger so that he could insta-kill the Tao heavenly devil. In this year, the immortal world was in chaos and fell into slaughter. The addition of the heavenly devils made all living beings unite against the outside world. However, this calamity couldn't end in a short period of time. The heavenly devil's vitality was extremely strong. Even if he was torn into pieces, he could still recover his body. He had to be reduced to ashes and his body and soul destroyed before he could truly die. In the same realm, the heavenly Tao lifeforms weren't the heavenly devil's lifeforms match at all. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao lifeforms had the advantage in numbers. This battle entered a stalemate decades later. Spring passed and autumn came. It had been 200 years since the heavenly devils attacked. Many heavenly devils also appeared around the 100-peak immortal river, but they couldn't break through the Tao field's array formation and quickly left. The disciples would also discuss this while cultivating. However, without Han Ju's instructions, they wouldn't act rashly. Han Ju was still cultivating and didn't panic. After all, he had already experienced the restart of the heavenly Tao. What could scare him now? Through the emails, he saw that Qiu Shilai was still fighting the Tao heavenly devil. He couldn't help but pity him. He guessed that Qiu Shilai was being beaten up and could not escape. How tragic. Han Ju continued to check his emails. Your good friend Li Dao Kong was attacked by your good friend Shi Dudao. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil, X412930, your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil, X93022, your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil, X453, your good friend, the heavenly emperor, has devoured the inauspicious evil. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil and his body was destroyed. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian discussed the Tao with a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased. Your disciple Zhou Fan obtained your good friend Seven Tao Sage's dream and comprehended a mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress Hudu was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil and was severely injured. Advertisements intense. How exciting. Han Ju almost fainted. What attracted him the most was that Empress Hudu was severely injured. Although Empress Hudu wasn't a sage, she was not something that ordinary pseudo-sages could compare to. The heavenly devils had already invaded the netherworld. He wondered how the other worlds were doing. Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? This notification started to flood the screen, interrupting Han Ju from reading his emails. He frowned and asked cautiously, if I accept his dream now, will my life be in danger? Chapter 539 Bloodline Transformation, Hot-Blooded Han Ju. Chapter 539 Bloodline Transformation, Hot-Blooded Han Ju, 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief and decided to accept the dream. In the blink of an eye, he entered the dream realm. He came to an absolutely dark space. Golden light shone ahead and roared. It was deafening. Han Ju focused his gaze and saw that Qiu Shilai, who had transformed into a golden Buddha, was fighting. Countless heavenly devils surrounded him like ants devouring an elephant. It was a spectacular sight. The Buddhist light on Qiu Shilai's body flickered. His gaze was fixed on the burly heavenly devil. This demon was covered in black flames. It had 8 arms and 3 heads. Its face was ferocious and its long hair fluttered. It was like the legendary Rakshasa. Its entire body was black, and its muscles were like heavy armor. It was visually impactful. From afar, the battle between Qiu Shilai and the Tao Heavenly Devil was like the battle of the gods and devils in ancient legends. The surrounding heavenly devils were only demons and monsters who wanted to devour their bodies. Han Ju, I'm not the Tao Heavenly Devil's match. The other sages can't help me because they abandoned the Heavenly Tao's providence. Come quickly. If I die, the Heavenly Tao will be in danger. Qiu Shilai's voice resounded in his ears, his tone anxious. Han Ju said calmly, I understand. I'll come when I'm ready. What else do you need to prepare? Prepare to kill Tao Heavenly Devil. Impossible. Even I can't kill him. You can only join forces with me to force him back. That's you. I think I can do it. You, that's all. If you die, I will treat the Buddhist sect well and help when they are in danger. Treat it as me returning the favor. You took care of my disciples, and I will take care of yours. With that, Han Ju directly broke through the dream, and his consciousness returned to reality. He continued to cultivate. Save Qiu Shilai. Not for the time being. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. What if this fellow still attacked him? Even if it was only a possibility, Han Ju couldn't take the risk. He believed that Qiu Shilai would survive. What did he have to say? Bad people usually cause trouble for a millennium. In the endless desert, sand filled the sky. Sounds of battle and roars filled the air. Han Ming and Han Tuo were surrounded by thousands of heavenly devils and fought a bloody battle. Han Tuo was covered in injuries, and his swords were already filled with holes. At this rate, he would die in the hands of the heavenly devils sooner or later. Run first. I'll hold them back. Han Ming suddenly shouted. He spread his arms, and his dermic powers transformed into bolts of lightning that wrapped around all the heavenly devils like lightning chains that formed a spider web. Han Tuo said anxiously, I can't abandon you. Get lost. I'll only be able to escape if you escape. You're my burden now. Han Ming said impatiently. The thousands of heavenly devils struggled wildly. Their roars shook the world and were terrifying. Han Tuo gritted his teeth and left. Looking at his departing figure, Han Ming heaved a sigh of relief. After Han Tuo disappeared into the horizon, he finally relaxed. The heavenly devils broke free from the lightning chains and pounced at him again. Han Ming smiled sadly and muttered, I've returned the life I owed you. The next second, his eyes turned ferocious. I, Han Ming, have lived 2 lifetimes. How can I die here? Even if I die, I will die spectacularly. Boom! He mobilized his Tao fruit and activated his dermic powers. His aura was magnificent. Sword chi condensed out of thin air and transformed into thousands of sword shadows that swept in all directions. All the heavenly devils broke free from the lightning chains and attacked him, almost drowning him. Han Ming used his hand as a sword and fought with all his might. A 4-winged heavenly devil with a tiger head and a human body was chopped into 2 by Han Ming. However, soon, his body fused together again and his injuries recovered. Such scenes appeared one after another. Han Ming frowned. So far, not one of the heavenly devils had truly died. Han Ming felt despair. He was really going to die this time. Roar! A terrifying roar exploded. It was even more terrifying than all the nearby heavenly devils. The heavenly devils turned around as if they were facing a great enemy. Han Ming also looked over. A terrifying black shadow appeared in the sky. It was like a heavenly devil and emitted a powerful aura. It was rushing over crazily. Looking carefully, a tiny figure could be seen under this 30 kilometers tall black shadow. It was Han Tuo. A 10,000-foot tall black shadow emerged from above Han Tuo's head. He lowered his head and rushed towards the heavenly devil. His black hair was messy as if he was possessed by a madman. This kid, Han Ming, was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. This power was so strong. He instinctively felt fear even from so far away. Could it be a power bestowed by him? Han Ming had a complicated expression. If it was him, everything would make sense. I still owe you my life. Sigh. Another 90 years passed. Many heavenly devils were wandering outside the 100-peak Immortal River. All the heavenly devils had intelligence, but their communication method was different from the heavenly Tao lifeforms. The 100-peak Immortal River couldn't be broken through, making them realize that treasures or mighty figures from the immortal world might be hidden here. The heavenly devil had descended into the immortal world. Their mission was to slaughter all living beings. As the heavenly devils began to camp in the 100-peak Immortal River, the hidden sect disciples also became nervous. This calamity was clearly different from the past. Could the hidden sect still protect itself? The merging of the Tao sect by the sages must be related to the heavenly devils. I heard from the living beings passing by that the immortal world is already in chaos. It said that the heavenly devils come from the chaos and can't be killed. Sect Master didn't say anything either. Let's cultivate in peace. I'm just afraid that more and more heavenly devils will come. There will be enough to crush our array formation. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and cultivate. Don't always think of relying on the personal disciples and the sect master to protect you. We have to work hard. While the hidden sect disciples were discussing, Han Ju was checking his emails in the Daoist temple. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil and was severely injured. Your good friend, the heavenly emperor, was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil, X-1244. Your son Han Tuo's bloodline has transformed due to an emotional outburst. Your good friend Empress Hudu was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil, X-493. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil. His sage heart was damaged and his Buddha body was destroyed. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil, X879210. Your good friend Li Dao Kong was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil, X903277. Qiu Shilai was really pitiful. Han Ju sympathized, but he had to stay calm. Qiu Shilai didn't save him. He only saved his good friend and even plotted against Han Ju now. Han Ju's greatest repayment was to save the Buddhist sect in the future. It was impossible to save Qiu Shilai now. It had to be said that the heavenly devil's attack was very powerful this time. It looked like the immeasurable calamity. Looking down, his friends were all fighting with the heavenly devils. Han Ju's blood boiled. Should he go out and fight to his heart's content? No. Stay cautious. He had to insta-kill the Tao heavenly devil first. Otherwise, if he cultivated for 40,000 years and his Tao became nothing, it would be too awkward. Han Ju took a deep breath to calm down. He suddenly had a question. Was there a huge conspiracy behind this heavenly devil attack? The heavenly emperor was even attacked by a heavenly devil in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Could it be that this calamity didn't just affect the heavenly Tao immortal world? Chapter 540 Everything in the World is My Sword. Chapter 540 Everything in the World is My Sword. I want to know if there's a greater conspiracy behind the Tao Heavenly Devil. Han Ju thought silently. In his heart, the deity realm of the ruins of End was stronger than the immortal world. Even the heavenly devils dared to attack the deity realm of the ruins of End. Why would the Tao Heavenly Devil need to come to the immortal world? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, Han Ju raised his eyebrows and heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. It seemed that he was really thinking too much. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor was not in danger in the deity realm of the ruins of End, but in the dark forbidden zone? Forget it. It was fine as long as there was no greater conspiracy. Han Ju closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the great Tao of extreme origin. Time passed. Year after year, the number of heavenly devils around the 100-peak immortal river also increased. 100 years later, the number of heavenly devils near the 100-peak immortal river exceeded 1 million. Li Xian'eo came to visit him. Han Ju let him enter the Taoist temple. Sect Master, the heavenly devils have already made the disciples in the sect panic. Should we arrange for them to go out and destroy the heavenly devils? Li Xian'eo bowed and asked respectfully. Han Ju said calmly, the heavenly devils can't enter the Tao field. There's nothing to be afraid of. Li Xian'eo hesitated. Han Ju asked, what do you want to ask? Just say it. Li Xian'eo took a deep breath and said, it's been a long time since you preached the Tao. It must be because of the heavenly devils. Many years ago, the sages joined forces to deal with the heavenly devils. However, as more and more heavenly devils appear, and the sages did not do anything, I'm afraid that the sages, he did not continue. Han Ju said, what are you trying to say? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Li Xian'eo said, such an opportunity is the time for my hidden sect to prove itself. If the hidden sect can kill the heavenly devils, all living beings will owe us great karma. I feel that you might be the strongest sage in the world. Otherwise, those sages would have long come to find trouble. Why don't you take action and end this calamity? Han Ju didn't say anything and stared at him calmly. Li Xian'eo lowered his head nervously. Han Ju slowly stood up. Prepare for the lecture. This sentence resounded throughout the hidden sect. The 1,000,000 disciples became excited and surged towards the place of the lecture. As usual, he would preach for 100 years. In 100 years, most of the disciples had made breakthroughs. In the past, Han Ju would leave directly after the lecture, but not this time. He sat on the top of the mountain and looked down at the 1,000,000 disciples immersed in Tao comprehension. They were all entranced. He began to observe the entire immortal world. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a sea. The heavenly devils spread throughout the 100 regions of the immortal world and even began to invade the various mortal worlds. The heavenly Tao lifeforms were in danger. Sages couldn't defeat Tao Heavenly Devil, and the living beings of the heavenly Tao couldn't defeat billions of the heavenly devils. Han Ju was silent. After a long while. Wait, Han Ju suddenly said, waking all the disciples. The disciples looked up at the high and mighty sect master with reverence. After everyone sobered up, Han Ju slowly said, the heavenly devil calamity began in the 33rd heaven. The sages joined forces and passed down their providence to sage Qiu Shilai. He and the leader of the heavenly devils fought outside the chaos for some time. What do you think of this calamity? The disciples looked at each other. The in-name disciples did not dare to speak, and the personal disciples did not answer immediately. At this moment, a disciple flew into the sky and knelt down in the air, bowing to Han Ju. Chu Shiren. Grandmaster, I think that the hidden sect can no longer hide. It's time to take action. Previously, it was the immeasurable calamity. We could avoid it. The heavenly Tao can be restarted, but the heavenly devils came from outside the chaos. The sages are all in danger. If the heavenly devil's slaughter succeeds, where can we live? Chu Shiren cupped his fists and said firmly. With that said, many voices echoed in the 100-peak immortal river. That's right. The heavenly devils are detestable. I saw them tear apart living beings with my own eyes. They're extremely cruel. These heavenly devils are very evil at a glance. We can't kill them at all. If the immortal world is destroyed and the heavenly Tao is gone, won't the hidden sect still have to face the heavenly devils? That's right. Isn't the goal of our cultivation to survive? If the immortal world falls, where will we live? Senior Chu said well. We should destroy the heavenly devils. That's right, that's right. Hearing the indignant disciple's words, Han Ju sighed. He had wanted to kill the Tao heavenly devil after breaking through, but he was still some time away. If he waited any longer, the immortal world would really be massacred. Han Ju slowly stood up. Seeing him stand up, all the disciples shut up and didn't dare to say anything. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the sky. The sun and moon yin-yang protection revolved behind him. Divine light illuminated the 100-peak immortal river. At this moment, he was so majestic. Everything in the world is my sword. Han Ju's voice sounded. This time, it was not only the 100-peak immortal river, but all the worlds in the myriad worlds could hear it. The disciples of the hidden sect held their breaths as they stared at him. In an instant, the world shook. The sea of clouds in the sky transformed into white swords one after another. Stone swords with sharp auras condensed on the mountains on the ground. Countless living beings were frightened and the billions of heavenly devils were uneasy. Such a scene occurred in every corner of the immortal world and mortal worlds. A mountain transformed into a sword. The sea of blood transformed into swords. The trees transformed into swords. Flowers turned into swords. Dust turned into swords. Falling leaves turned into swords. Apart from the land itself, all things that were not sentient became swords. Such a scene shocked all living beings. The hidden sect disciples in the 100-peak immortal river also saw the situation outside the Tao field. All of them opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. They all heard Han Ju's voice, which meant that this change in the world was caused by him. The sect master attacked to destroy the heavenly devils. Tao Sovereign, Li Yao, Zhao Xianyuan, Zhou Fan, and the others were all excited. What a domineering mystical power! The disheveled Han Tuo and the bloody Han Ming looked up at the huge swords around them with disbelief. They hid in the mountains, but the surrounding mountains and trees turned into swords. Han Tuo couldn't understand. He felt that the voice just now was familiar, but he couldn't tell why. Han Ju used the sage voice. It was domineering and imposing. In addition, Han Tuo had not seen his father for a long time. He had experienced countless living beings in thousands of years. He had already forgotten his father's voice. Even if he did, it was different from Han Ju's sage voice. On the other hand, Han Ming clearly remembered. He attacked, Han Ming had a complicated expression as his heart trembled. Under their gazes, all the swords around them soared into the sky and attacked in all directions. One heavenly devil after another was destroyed by the swords formed by all things in the world, scaring the other heavenly devils away. After their bodies shattered, they directly turned into dust. There was no chance of recovery at all. In an instant, on the ground of the myriad worlds in the universe, countless sword shadows sped forward. The blood of the heavenly devils splattered, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. On the bare ground, all living beings looked up at this miracle. Shock, surprise, and sorrow from having survived the calamity all surged into their hearts. More and more living beings knelt down and worshipped the sky. Some also began to wail. Finally, a Messiah had arrived to save the world. Chapter 541 Clearing the Heavenly Devils in 10 Breaths, No Route to Retreat. Chapter 541 Clearing the Heavenly Devils in 10 Breaths, No Route to Retreat. Li Dao Kong floated high in the sky. Looking up, countless sword shadows sped in all directions, chasing after the heavenly devils. They were dense and spectacular. Li Dao Kong was excited. So, the 10,000 life sword is so strong. This is definitely the strongest sword Dao mystical power, but I didn't study it thoroughly, he muttered to himself with an excited expression. Immediately, it was not only him. All the mighty figures in the immortal world were shocked by the power of the 10,000 life sword. In the endless sea, on an island, Huang Zuantian stood on the roof and looked at the sword shadows that filled the sky with excitement. He remembered that voice. This mystical power is definitely from a sage. Huang Zuantian was extremely excited. He had indeed chosen the right person. Fortunately, he had always recognized Han Ju. Otherwise, if he betrayed him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The world fell silent in less than 10 breaths of time. The heavenly devils of the myriad worlds were all annihilated as countless sword shadows descended. Mountains transformed back into mountains, clouds transformed back into clouds, and all things transformed back into their original forms. The power of a sage was so powerful. Inside the 100-peak immortal river, Han Ju slowly put down his right hand. Under normal circumstances, if his sage power was used in the area of the heavenly Tao, it would be rejected by the heavenly Tao. However, since the heavenly Tao was being threatened by the heavenly devils and its providence weakened, and he was trying to eliminate the heavenly devils who harmed the heavenly Tao, how could the heavenly Tao stop him? Clearing the heavenly devils with one move. Han Ju was indifferent. After all, these were all small fries. The true enemy was still outside the 33rd heaven. Han Ju looked down at the 1,000,000 disciples in the 100-peak immortal river. Every disciple had a fanatical expression. The heavenly devils of the myriad worlds have been eliminated. Is this what you wanted? Han Ju asked. His words shocked the hidden sect disciples again. How long had it been? No one dared to answer his question. Everyone could tell that he was prepared to teach them a lesson. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The calamities of the heavenly Tao will never be eliminated. Today, there are heavenly devils. In the future, we will definitely welcome an even stronger calamity. If you really want to protect the heavenly Tao, you should cultivate diligently. If the 1,000,000 disciples of my hidden sect are all zenith heaven, how can the heavenly Tao not be powerful? Han Ju's words echoed in the ears of the 1,000,000 disciples, making them feel ashamed. Chu Shiren also felt ashamed. They felt that the heavenly Tao was about to die, but when they saw Han Ju attack, they understood that this calamity was only child's play in the eyes of the strongest. Han Ju said, "Disperse. Cultivate well. Don't have any distracting thoughts after entering the hidden sect. What nurtured you is not the heavenly Tao, but the hidden sect." Immediately after, he disappeared and returned to the Taoist temple. Sitting on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, Han Ju opened his choices and chose the first option: immediately come out of seclusion and kill the heavenly devils. The heavenly devils have yet to be completely cleaned up. You can't receive the reward. Han Ju sighed. Indeed, he had to kill Tao heavenly devil first. He asked in his mind, if I go and reinforce Qiu Shilai and focus on fighting with all my might, will I die? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. There is a 1% chance of death. Han Ju showed a frown. I want to know what the 1% chance is. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. In the darkness, there is also the Dharma idol of the Tao Heavenly Devil. His strength is comparable to the main body. Han Ju was enlightened. Not bad. Fortunately, he had the system. Otherwise, he might have really been plotted against by the Tao Heavenly Devil's Dharma idol. Han Ju entered the simulation trial again. This time, he set up 5 Tao Heavenly Devils to fight him. Because he didn't know the Tao Heavenly Devil's exact mystical power and Dharma idol, he decided to set up 2 more Tao Heavenly Devils. If he could win, he wouldn't be afraid of the other Dharma idols. An hour later, Han Ju opened his eyes and exhaled. Not bad. He could kill him. It was just that it took a while. Han Ju continued the simulation trial. His 74 fiend celestial Dharma idols had their own abilities. If they cooperated well, it would be very effective. He now wanted to find a strategy to quickly kill the 5 Tao Heavenly Devils. Outside the 33rd heaven, the sages gathered in a hall. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's expression was ugly as he said in a low voice, "You saw it, right? This kid is stronger than us, yet he refuses to make a move." Fuxishan said, "He indeed has no reason to attack. He didn't rely on the providence of the heavenly Tao to attain the Tao. He even has very little heavenly Tao merit." Emperor Zhao's eyes flickered. He should have absorbed the negative karma in the 9 nether purgatory to attain the Tao. His sage power is extremely destructive and can directly destroy the heavenly devils. It's truly terrifying. Even if we don't abandon the heavenly Tao's providence, we might not be his match even if we join forces. Sect Master Tian Ju's expression was also ugly. They were about to beg for mercy, but now, there was another Han Ju. In addition, Han Ju's strength should prove that he's not the Dark Forbidden Lord. There's no need for him to hide and curse us, Emperor Shao added and looked at the other 3 sages. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was furious, but he could not refute. It made sense. If they had Han Ju's strength and disliked anyone, would they still need to hide and curse them? Previously, Sect Master Tian Ju had threatened to destroy the hidden sect. Han Ju had a reason to attack them and was not afraid that he would lose his reputation. If Han Ju wasn't the Dark Forbidden Lord, who was he? Emperor Shao said, "It's really strange that Li Mui left at this time. The ones who attacked the Kiliacosm world were not the heavenly devils." Fuxishan frowned. "You mean Li Mui is acting?" "That's right. After this battle ends, we can't be considered heavenly Tao sages. It's very likely that Qiu Shilai and the Tao Heavenly Devil will both be injured. Once Li Mui returns, who will dare to challenge him? So far, there's actually one person who has not been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. That person is Li Mui." Emperor Shao spoke very calmly, making it difficult to guess what he was thinking. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tian Ju were silent. It was indeed too coincidental. At this moment, a terrifying sound came from outside the hall. A hole was torn in the chaos, and a golden light sped out. It was Qiu Shilai. At this moment, Qiu Shilai was in an extremely sorry state. His golden Buddha body was covered in cracks as if it would shatter at any moment. "Fellow Taoists, save me!" Qiu Shilai shouted anxiously. Upon hearing this, the 4 heavenly Tao sages immediately moved over and blocked in front of him. The black hole was like a chasm. It was extremely huge. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in it. They were larger than any sage palace in the 33rd heaven. "Tao Heavenly Devil. What? You only have 4 helpers." A cold laugh filled with mockery sounded. Furious, the 4 sages took out their Dharma treasures. They were all heavenly Tao sages. They couldn't retreat like Han Ju and could only fight. Once the Tao Heavenly Devil penetrated the 33rd heaven and the heavenly Tao was destroyed, they would also die. Qiu Shilai gritted his teeth and said, "There are even more heavenly devils inside." They far exceed the number of heavenly devils from before. Furthermore, their cultivation levels are even stronger. Terror flashed across his eyes. He tried his best to hide it. He couldn't be afraid. If he was afraid and gave up, the heavenly Tao would really die here. Chapter 542 Despair of the Sages, Fiend Celestial's Ambush. Chapter 542 Despair of the Sages, Fiend Celestial's Ambush. In the black hole, the Tao heavenly devil's eyes suddenly disappeared. A pair of huge claws reached out and grabbed the two ends of the black hole, tearing it open. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Fuxician, and Emperor Shao were extremely nervous. Qiu Shilai's miserable state gave them immense pressure. They attacked one after another. Boundless dermic powers transformed into four torrents that collided with the huge black hole in the distance, but they did not cause any damage. The Tao Heavenly Devil tore at the black hole and quickly widened it. His sinister and terrifying head stretched out with a greedy expression. His long tongue stretched out from his mouth and stirred the chaotic chi of the 33rd heaven. Sect Master Tianju slashed out with his sword. An extremely dazzling sword chi attacked and almost instantly collided with the Tao Heavenly Devil's head. The Tao Heavenly Devil suddenly took a deep breath and sucked the sword chi into his stomach. Immediately after, the Tao Heavenly Devil crawled out as if he had gone mad. A terrifying roar resounded in the 33rd heaven. All the living beings in the immortal world could vaguely hear it. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju opened his eyes and looked up. He saw the Tao Heavenly Devil enter the 33rd heaven and fight with the sages. The sages weren't the Tao Heavenly Devil's match at all. They were completely suppressed. Endless heavenly devils surged out from the black hole behind the Tao Heavenly Devil. They were ferocious and terrifying. Again. Hanju raised his eyebrows but didn't attack immediately. It was a good opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife. The sages had always been plotting against him. He could use this opportunity to suppress them. However, he didn't want them to die. At the very least, he wanted them to be severely injured so that he could rest in peace for many years to come. Hanju continued the simulation trial and looked for a strategy. Every time he ended a trial, he would look up at the battle situation. Sages were sages, after all. Even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't die so easily. Furthermore, in the area of the heavenly Tao, even if their bodies were destroyed, the heavenly Tao would revive them. It repeated the cycle. Half a year passed. Hanju ended the simulation trial again. The time needed to kill the 5 Tao Heavenly Devils decreased to 5 minutes. This was already the limit. He looked up again and discovered that Empress Hudu had actually gone to help. If it was any other sage, Hanju could leave them in the lurch. However, Empress Hudu was on good terms with him, and reincarnation needed her. Hanju couldn't let her die. Hanju stood up and stretched. I'll hide and ambush them later. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Hanju thought silently. In the simulation trial, the opponent's setup would directly attack the challenger. He had no chance to ambush them. In reality, if the sneak attack succeeded, the time it took to kill the Tao Heavenly Devil might be even shorter. After stretching, Hanju jumped out of the Tao field nervously and came to the 33rd heaven. He turned invisible and hid in the darkness. The Tao Heavenly Devil was surrounded by the sages, and countless heavenly devils floated outside the battle area. These heavenly devils couldn't touch the sages at all. Even if they were destroyed, they would still advance one after another. The battlefield covered a radius of billions of kilometers. The heavenly devils were everywhere. Hanju still had to find the direction. He quietly circled behind the Tao Heavenly Devil. The heavenly devils could be revived. Han Ju had to use the Void Fiend Celestial and the Devour Fiend Celestial's power to eliminate them. The Void Fiend Celestial turned the Heavenly Devils into nothingness and the Devour Fiend Celestial devoured them directly. Both could directly eliminate the Heavenly Devils. The Tao Heavenly Devil was stronger than ordinary Heavenly Devils. Even if Han Ju combined these two powers, he couldn't insta-kill him. However, as long as he could suppress him, he could exhaust the Tao Heavenly Devil to death. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was killed by Tao Heavenly Devil again. His sage soul quickly escaped. A pillar of light descended from the sky and shone on his sage soul. Immediately after, it reformed his body. The other sages continued to fight. Even Qiu Shilai was fighting. Empress Hudu was located behind the sages, waving her long staff. 7 colored lights scattered down and guided the providence of the heavenly Tao into the sages. This was support. Han Ju cursed silently when he saw this scene. Then, he transformed into a heavenly devil and quietly approached the Tao Heavenly Devil. He used the power of the hidden Fiend Celestial as if he was a true heavenly devil. The other heavenly devils couldn't sense it all. No. We can't block it. Emperor Shao sent a voice transmission. The sages had established a sage sense voice transmission that allowed them to communicate easily without opening their mouths. Sect Master Tian Ju gritted his teeth and sent a voice transmission, "We have to. We have no way to retreat. We have no choice." Qiu Shilai's eyes were also extremely determined. At this moment, he had already forgotten his fear. He would still die even if he left the heavenly Tao. They could only fight. Empress Hudu looked at Tao Heavenly Devil's terrifying and mighty body with fear. The terror of the Tao Heavenly Devil was something that could be sensed with the naked eye. In the 33rd heaven, his height was immeasurable, as if all living beings were extremely tiny in front of him. The sages tried their best to fight, but their hearts were filled with despair. Their only hope now was Ancestor Shitian. They hoped that Ancestor Shitian would return in time. However, every time Ancestor Shitian went out to discuss the Tao, it would take at least 1,000,000 years for him to return. How many years had it been since he left? They could only hope that Ancestor Shitian could sense the heavenly Tao's danger. Are you afraid? Is this the power of the heavenly Tao sages? Among the grudges I absorbed, many ghosts are filled with reverence for sages. If they knew that sages were so humble, what would they think? The Tao Heavenly Devil laughed wildly, his tone filled with killing intent. The sages fought in silence. At this moment, the Tao Heavenly Devil suddenly sensed something and turned around. Han Ju was already 10,000 kilometers away from him. 10,000 kilometers was extremely far for mortals, but to them, it was already an extremely dangerous distance. The moment the Tao Heavenly Devil turned his head, Han Ju suddenly revealed his true form. His supreme treasures were activated and emitted a dazzling divine light. 2 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols suddenly emerged from Han Ju's body and pounced on the Tao Heavenly Devil. Void Fiend Celestial. Devour Fiend Celestial. They were black shadows. The Void Fiend Celestial wrapped around the Tao Heavenly Devil as quickly as possible. The Devour Fiend Celestial pounced on the Tao Heavenly Devil and bit off its huge head. Han Ju shook his arms, and the remaining 72 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols erupted at the same time. In an instant, the void was occupied by the 72 majestic and terrifying figures. The 72 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols surrounded the Tao Heavenly Devil and attacked. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial punched out angrily. The wind from his fist swept through the 10 million heavenly devils and pierced through their abdomens. Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial transformed into countless Fiend Celestial shadows that attacked the heavenly devils in all directions. The Extreme Ice Fiend Celestial struck out with his palm, causing the power of extreme ice to freeze the chaotic space. Even the Sage Tao field was frozen. The Qi Fiend Celestial dispersed the chaotic Qi, leaving only the Tao Heavenly Devil and the Fiend Celestial Dharma Idol in the Fiend Celestial battlefield. The other Dharma idols used their great Tao to destroy the Tao Heavenly Devil. The Tao Heavenly Devil was suppressed until he couldn't fight back. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, Qiu Shilai, and Empress Hudu were all dumbfounded and speechless. Qiu Shilai trembled in disbelief. He couldn't accept what was happening. He knew that Hanju was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. The lawless Tao Heavenly Devil was directly pressed down by him and couldn't move. He endured Hanju's torture. Impossible. Didn't he just attain the Tao? Why was he so strong? Chapter 543 Primordial Heavenly Prison, Immeasurable Merit Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Chapter 543 Primordial Heavenly Prison, Immeasurable Merit Divine Might Heavenly Sage Hanju ignored the sage's expressions and focused on fighting, guarding against the two Dharma idols of the Tao Heavenly Devil. Being suppressed by the great Tao power of the 74 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols, the Tao Heavenly Devil couldn't withstand it at all. The Tao Heavenly Devil's body was torn apart and quickly recovered. This cycle repeated again and again. During this process, his aura quickly weakened. The Tao Heavenly Devil would die as long as Hanju suppressed him like this. Even though he knew this, Hanju didn't dare to let his guard down. The 33rd heaven was frozen. There was dark blue ice as far as the eye could see. Countless heavenly devils were struggling to break out of the ice, but other than the Tao Heavenly Devil, how could the other heavenly devils resist Hanju's great dharmic powers? Hanju slowly rose to the sky above all the Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. Looking down at the battle, his sage sense swept in all directions to guard against the two Dharma idols of the Tao Heavenly Devil. All sorts of great Tao power landed on the Tao Heavenly Devil's broken body. All sorts of strange lights shone. They were refracted by the extreme ice of the 33rd heaven. The entire 33rd heaven fell into a strange and mysterious dream. The sages did not let down their guard. They waited solemnly and stared at the Tao Heavenly Devil, afraid that he would suddenly erupt. The Tao Heavenly Devil's self-healing ability far exceeded that of the other heavenly devils. He constantly recovered his body, and the devouring speed of the Fiend Celestial was inferior to his recovery speed. About 20 breaths of time passed. The situation suddenly changed. Hanju felt two extremely strong killing intents coming from both sides. He immediately moved and dodged easily. Turning around, he saw two Tao Heavenly Devils colliding. They looked no different from the Tao Heavenly Devil himself. The sages widened their eyes. There was more than one Tao Heavenly Devil. Qiu Shilai was even more stunned. He had never seen the Tao Heavenly Devil's two Dharma idols before. If both Dharma idols appeared at the same time, Qiu Shilai didn't dare to think further. He only felt his blood run cold and his heart fill with fear. The 74 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols continued to destroy the Tao Heavenly Devil. Hanju turned around and prepared to deal with the two Dharma idols. The Grand Unity aspect was only one of his methods. He didn't completely rely on it. Hanju raised his right hand, and the Primordial Judgment Sword appeared in his palm. With a shake of his right hand, the sword blade shook out an afterimage. Countless sword shadows shot out like a huge silver-white lotus blooming, dazzling and magnificent mystical power, unparalleled sword chi. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. A Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol suddenly stepped forward and opened its bloody mouth. It spat out a terrifying aura of resentment. It was scarlet and terrifying. It was like a huge river that connected the heavens and the earth. Boom! The sword chi collided with the river of resentment, emitting a domineering wind that shook the endless ice. Hanju raised his eyebrows. This fellow was something. This resentment aura was extremely corrosive. It could even melt his sword qi. Han Ju took out the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and attacked the Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol. The rolling grudge spat out by the Tao Heavenly Devil was directly absorbed by the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. The 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus quickly approached the Tao Heavenly Devil with the vast grudge. The other Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol suddenly disappeared, reappearing behind Han Ju. In an instant, Han Ju felt the surrounding space freeze. A powerful pressure surged from all directions. Han Ju immediately used the Great Traversal Divine Shadow. He split into 9 divine shadows and attacked the second Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol. The second Tao Heavenly Devil's eyes widened. The chaotic space fluctuated visibly, and the speed of the 9 Great Traversal Divine Shadows slowed down. One can use resentment and the other can freeze space. Their abilities are different from the main body. Han Ju thought silently. He didn't panic. The aura of the Tao Heavenly Devil's main body became weaker and weaker. It couldn't withstand the grand unity aspect anymore. When he died, the 2 Dharma idols would naturally be nothing to fear. At this moment, the sages attacked one after another, restraining the second Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol. They could tell that Han Ju's 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus suppressed the first Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol, so they restricted the second. Han Ju immediately controlled the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus to suppress the first Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol. No matter what mystical power the first Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol used, it was all absorbed by the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Boom! The Tao Heavenly Devil's main body was completely shattered, but in the next second, his legs recovered. But his legs were no longer enough to support him. "Who are you?" the Tao Heavenly Devil's venomous voice sounded. Han Ju didn't answer. Suddenly, the strange deity flew out from the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. The sages couldn't see it, but the Tao Heavenly Devil could. "No!" the Tao Heavenly Devil shouted in horror as the strange deity rushed over. Han Ju accurately controlled the Fiend Celestial Dharma idol and didn't hurt it. The Tao Heavenly Devil's legs were devoured again and turned into dust. He suddenly condensed into a black ball of light and tried to escape. However, the Nightmare Fiend Celestial reached out and grabbed the black ball of light that the Tao Heavenly Devil had transformed into. The strange deity flew over and devoured the black ball of light. The other 2 Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idols roared and turned into dust. The Heavenly Devils frozen in the endless ice also turned into dust. The 33rd heaven fell silent. Han Ju didn't relax. Instead, he quickly moved around the 33rd heaven and kept using the simulation trial to detect the surrounding enemies. The sages were stunned. They looked at him nervously, not understanding what he was doing. Could it be that the Tao Heavenly Devil was still alive? "You have killed all the Heavenly Devils and obtained a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, and a chance to activate a new function of the system. Congratulations on obtaining a Freedom Supreme Treasure, Heavenly Devil Heart Protecting Jade, Heavenly Devil Heart Protecting Jade, Freedom Supreme Treasure. Its defense is extremely strong. It can summon the Heavenly Devil to protect itself and defend against a blow from a Freedom Sage. Congratulations on activating a new function of the system Primordial Heavenly Prison. Primordial Heavenly Prison, it can only be located in the Tao field. If any existence is imprisoned, depending on their cultivation, the imprisoned time will be different until they become a Tao field slave. Their life and death will be controlled by the Lord of the Tao field. The Primordial Heavenly Prison can only imprison one living being at the same time. Han Ju didn't pay attention to the lines of words in front of him. He moved repeatedly and jumped through the 33rd heaven. After confirming that there were no powerful enemies, he heaved a sigh of relief. He left after saying, "The Heavenly Devil calamity has been resolved. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Hanju took away the strange deity and jumped back into the Dao field. Hanju was still very nervous even after returning to the Daoist temple. It was finally resolved. How thrilling! It had to be said that the other sages had also contributed greatly to this battle. Hanju's impression of them improved, but only slightly. He didn't let down his guard. At this moment, a loud voice resounded through the myriad worlds. The heavenly devil Calamity has been eliminated. Fortunately, the sect master of the hidden sect took action. I, Qiu Shilai, will use the name of the sect master of the Dao sect and the heavenly Dao to confer the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage title to the hidden sect master. I hope that all living beings will remember his meritorious deed. From now on, the Dao sect and the hidden sect will be on good terms. All past grudges will disappear like smoke. Hanju was stunned. This guy. It was unexpected, but on second thought, it made sense. The sages would definitely not dare to find trouble with Hanju anymore. It was better to appease him and resolve the grudge now. It was a favor and could end their bad karma. Such an action was expected of a sage. Chapter 544 3 Pure Sacred Ancestors Submission. Chapter 544 3 Pure Sacred Ancestors Submission. Hanju focused on the newly obtained supreme treasure. The heavenly devil heart protecting jade was a freedom supreme treasure that was even stronger than a heavenly Dao treasure. He took it out and started to make it recognize him as its owner. Then, he checked the new function of the system. Primordial Heavenly Prison. This was interesting. He could make powerful enemies submit and become his slave. Hanju had a bold thought. Could he trick a mighty figure in and pretend to discuss the Dao, stall for time, and subtly subdue the other party? On second thought, it should not. After all, the system would change its will. How could it not notice this process? Please choose the location of the primordial heavenly prison. The virtual map of the Dao field appeared in front of him. Behind it was the landscape of the entire 100-peak immortal river. The two maps overlapped. Hanju chose his Daoist temple. This was the safest way. He would watch over it personally. Primordial heavenly prison arranged successfully. Hanju looked around and didn't feel anything different. He had to capture a living being to try. Who should he capture? Hanju first thought of the 3 pure sacred ancestor. This fellow couldn't be killed in the heavenly Dao. He was the best test subject. Li Mui didn't seem to be in the heavenly Dao's territory. Perfect. Boom! The 100-peak immortal river suddenly shook violently. A dazzling pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing through the Dao field and landing on Hanju. Heavenly Dao merit. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The Dao field wouldn't reject such a force that was not an attack. Hanju put away all the heavenly Dao merit and didn't absorb it directly. He didn't need heavenly Dao merit, but it could exist in a corner of the primordial world. Wait, I can use it to infiltrate the immortal world. Hanju's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of a bold idea. He had to make the heavenly devil heart protecting jade recognize him as its owner first. In the south of the immortal world, in a continuous mountain, there was a Daoist temple halfway up the mountain. A huge cauldron in front of the door had smoke curling up. Hanju suddenly appeared, his body wrapped in 7-colored light. This was the heavenly Dao merit. With the heavenly Dao merit, Hanju would not be expelled by the heavenly Dao. He looked at the Daoist temple and put the 3 pure sacred ancestor into his sleeve. With a shake of his body, he returned to the 100-peak immortal river. Inside the Daoist temple, Hanju released the 3 pure sacred ancestor. Without waiting for him to react, his right hand quickly waved his dermic powers to suppress the 3 pure sacred ancestors' Dao fruit and seal his dermic powers. The 3 pure sacred ancestor couldn't move. His eyes widened. What's happening? The three pure sacred ancestor was shocked as unprecedented fear surged in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even sages couldn't enter the immortal world to capture him. The other party could only be stronger than a heavenly Tao sage. He had heard Li Mui say that there were indeed people stronger than the heavenly Tao sages. Han Ju silently activated the primordial heavenly prison. Beginning imprisonment, the three pure sacred ancestor stared at him. Han Ju smiled calmly and said, "You'll be a guest for a period of time and discuss the Tao with me." The three pure sacred ancestor couldn't speak, so he could only use his divine sense to ask who the other party was. "You've been here before, but you were defeated. 100 Peak Immortal River. Are you the hidden sect's master?" Why are you imprisoning me? You will understand in the future." The three pure sacred ancestor fell silent. Unable to break free, he did not want to talk anymore. He could only wait quietly for Li Mui to save him. However, his heart sank when he thought of how Li Mui had recently left the heavenly Tao. It was said to be a discussion of the Tao, but in the end, there was still no discussion. The Taoist temple fell into silence. To prevent any accidents, Han Ju let Zhang Ju in to look at the three pure sacred ancestor while he cultivated in peace. The three pure sacred ancestor was dumbfounded when he saw Zhang Ju. Li Mui. Impossible. This time, his mind was in chaos. Did Li Mui order Han Ju to capture him? He hurriedly used his divine sense to ask Zhang Ju, but he did not answer at all. He was expressionless as if he had no emotions. The three pure sacred ancestors' heart sank and his faith shattered. He thought that the master he had always protected had betrayed him. The three pure sacred ancestor fell into unprecedented confusion. Han Ju ignored him and focused on cultivating. He had benefited greatly from the battle with the Tao Heavenly Devil. Unlike the simulation trial, the excitement brought by true battle couldn't be simulated. In the simulation trial, Han Ju knew that he wouldn't die, so he was fearless in battle. His mental state was definitely different from real battles. The Taoist temple fell into silence, but the 100 Peak Immortal River was very lively. Not only the 100 Peak Immortal River but also the myriad worlds in the universe. They were all lively and noisy. The name of the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage resounded throughout the myriad worlds. This heavenly devil calamity affected the myriad worlds in the universe. The calamity was unprecedentedly serious. The sect master of the hidden sect did not save a world this time, but the entire heavenly Tao. The merit was far greater than the merit of creating races and preaching in the past. It was the truth. The merit Han Ju absorbed was extremely huge. It was as dazzling as a bright sun in the primordial world. Year after year passed. More and more living beings appeared around the 100 Peak Immortal River. They were all here to seek the Tao. Even if the 100 Peak Immortal River ignored them, many persistent people insisted on staying. In the entire immortal world, statues of the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage were erected everywhere. However, they didn't know Han Ju's appearance, so there were all kinds of statues. The hidden sect hid from the world and Li Dao Kong did not return, so the million disciples quickly fell into their previous cultivation state. However, every time they heard the living beings outside the Tao field praise the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage, they were very excited and felt proud. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 800 years passed. Primordial heavenly prison has successfully enslaved the target. The three pure sacred ancestor has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Just as this notification appeared, Han Ju suddenly sensed something. He established a connection with the three pure sacred ancestor. This connection was very similar to the 6 paths insignia. If he wanted the three pure sacred ancestor to die, he would definitely die. This feeling was extremely strange, but it was indeed true. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. The primordial heavenly prison was indeed a little powerful. Come to think of it, with the existence of max favorability, 6 stars weren't the highest. Not bad. Hanju felt that he had to reevaluate his favorability. He opened his eyes to look at the 3 pure sacred ancestor. The other party was still meditating. Hanju asked, 3 pure sacred ancestor. The other party opened his eyes and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Tao Lord. Hanju sized him up and said, kneel. The 3 pure sacred ancestor immediately knelt down. Roll. The 3 pure sacred ancestor immediately rolled around. Slap yourself in the face. This time, Hanju completely believed it. After all, the 3 pure sacred ancestor didn't know the primordial heavenly prison's function. Even if he pretended, he didn't have to work so hard. Hanju immediately helped him up. 3 pure, I'm just testing you. Sorry. I needed you too much. You're the number 1 in the immortal world. My hidden sect needs an expert like you. He began to praise the 3 pure sacred ancestor, who was very touched. After some communication, Hanju discovered that the 3 pure sacred ancestor didn't completely lose his intelligence. He only subtly trusted Hanju completely. He still had his own thoughts. Hanju decided to let the 3 pure sacred ancestor out. He might even be a spy beside Li Mui. That day, he had moved the 3 pure sacred ancestor out. Other than Zhangju, no one knew about this. As for Li Mui, he was probably still in the Kiliacosm world. Otherwise, he would have long come to visit. This function doesn't seem to have a price. I can spend time enslaving the entire immortal world. Chapter 545 Chaotic City, Dijuan. Chapter 545 Chaotic City, Dijuan. It felt good to enslave the entire immortal world. However, he spent 800 years just on the 3 pure sacred ancestor. How many cultivators were there in the immortal world? Moreover, even if he enslaved the entire immortal world, how beneficial was it to Hanju? At this moment, the entire immortal world would definitely lose if they attacked him. Why waste time and delay his cultivation? With the 3 pure sacred ancestor beside him, Hanju couldn't cultivate in peace. After thinking, he stood up. That's all. I should use the primordial heavenly prison less. The more I use it, the easier it will be to expose myself. I have to use it when it's most needed. Hanju thought silently. The system also had its limits. It wouldn't be good if he encountered a powerful existence that far exceeded the system and the other party saw through it at a glance. After stretching, Hanju walked out of the Taoist temple and summoned all the disciples to prepare for the lecture. After the heavenly devil calamity ended, this was Hanju's first time preaching. The disciples were all very excited. They often heard the living beings near the 100-peak immortal river praising Hanju, causing them to want to see him again. However, over the years, even the personal disciples and guardians couldn't see him. It was still the same place as before. Hanju sat on the mountain peak and waited for a while before starting the lecture. The disciples quickly entered a meditative state and began to comprehend the Tao. After preaching for 100 years, the cycle of spring and autumn had changed. The world had changed again. After the lecture, Hanju came to the Fusang tree. He asked the Fusang tree to open the spatial vortex that led to the Kiliacosm world for him to probe with his sage sense. The Kiliacosm world wasn't attacked by heavenly devils. Instead, it was ravaged by the inauspicious evil. Because he had fused with the strange deity, Hanju could see the inauspicious evil. The entire Kiliacosm world was filled with inauspicious evil. There were countless of them, like the scene of the heavenly devils in the past. However, all living beings couldn't see the inauspicious evil and died for no reason, causing their fear and despair to far exceed the living beings of the previous immortal world. Li Mui fought a mysterious existence above the Kiliacosm world. Dark Sage King. This Dark Sage King wasn't inferior to the Tao Heavenly Devil. However, he wasn't much stronger. Han Ju had no intention of supporting Li Muyi and let them fight. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Then, he began to observe the world the 1,000 disciples were in. It was considered peaceful. There were no heavenly devils or inauspicious evil. It formed a world of its own and developed steadily. Some immortal emperors were lost. This was normal. How could there be no danger? Han Ju watched for a while before turning around and preparing to leave. At this moment, the black hell chicken suddenly flew over. It chuckled. Master, I haven't looked for you for a long time. Can you, Han Ju said, follow me? The black hell chicken immediately became excited. The man and chicken returned to the Taoist temple. The black hell chicken wanted Han Ju to teach it the sword Tao mystical power. Han Ju didn't reject it and was even a little glad. Han Ju was the closest to the black hell chicken compared to his son, Tao companions, and disciples. The black hell chicken had always accompanied him. Although it had a sharp tongue, it could always help the new disciples blend in. It could quickly reduce the estrangement and unfamiliarity between the disciples. However, although the black hell chicken usually cultivated, it did not have a strong thought of becoming stronger. Han Ju taught his strongest sword Tao mystical power to the black hell chicken. 10,000 life sword. Great Tao mystical power. 5 years later. The black hell chicken left the Taoist temple with a conflicted expression. When it passed Zhang Ju, it chuckled. Old fellow, I'm about to rise. Do you have time to practice alone? Zhang Ju ignored him. Bored, the black hell chicken looked at the crimson fox not far away. It smiled and said, Little fox, do you dare to spar with me? The crimson fox said angrily, How can a chicken defeat a fox? The black hell chicken almost died of anger. Come. The crimson fox said, You want to disturb master's cultivation. The black hell chicken could only leave indignantly. Inside the Taoist temple. Han Ju sighed. This stinky chicken's comprehension was not good. Should he let it re-roll its life? He stopped thinking and opened the emails. Your good friend Qiu Shilai has comprehended the heavenly Tao. His sage heart has been repaired. Your good friend Han Ming was attacked by a deity realm existence. His body was destroyed and only a remnant soul was left. Your son Han Tua has awakened his innate mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by your good friend Li Dao Kong, X7, your good friend Emperor Shao was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Empress Hutu established the reincarnation heaven and earth. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Red, your good friend Huang Zuantian has received guidance from a sage. His providence has increased greatly. Li Dao Kong was still fighting Shi Dudao. As expected of him. Han Ju could sense that Li Dao Kong was growing rapidly and was not severely injured. As for the other emails, Han Ju didn't care. In short, peace returned to the immortal world. Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? A notification appeared in front of him. This time, Qiu Shilai's attitude changed and he didn't dare to spam anymore. Han Ju thought for a moment and accepted the dream. It had already happened several times. There was no need to deduce first. Even if the heavenly Tao wanted to target him, it was impossible. Han Ju had the heavenly Tao merit, the heavenly Tao power couldn't harm him. This was why so many experts pursued merit and preached the Tao to the heavens. In the dream, seeing Qiu Shilai, he was no longer as tall as Han Ju. Qiu Shilai smiled and said, Immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage, are you satisfied with this name? Han Ju said, It's all right. What's the matter? This fellow's attitude had changed too quickly. Wasn't he very arrogant in the past? Now, only one, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Fuxician, Emperor Shao, and you are left. Sage Jinan and Sage Fated Secrets have already gone mad and are suppressed in their respective Dao fields. The matter of the heavenly devils has made us wary. We are prepared to build the chaotic city and guard the chaotic domain of the 33rd heaven. This is a great merit. We will send our disciples to join. What about you? Qiu Shilai asked with a smile. Han Ju asked, must I make arrangements? Qiu Shilai hurriedly waved his hand. Of course not. You're our savior. If you're unwilling, that's fine. However, this is a great merit given by the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly devils are eliminated, there might be greater calamities in the future. Now, the inauspicious evil of the dark forbidden zone is a potential calamity. You can rest assured. We sages have already communicated. We won't scheme against you in the future. If you want, we can even acknowledge you as the great sage of the heavenly Tao, such as the past Li Mui. We can even support the hidden sect as the winner of the next immeasurable calamity, allowing the hidden sect to truly gain a foothold, like the various providence sects in the past. These words were very sincere and made Han Ju feel comfortable. But he wouldn't be fooled. He wouldn't tie himself to the heavenly Tao sages. I'll consider it. With that, Han Ju left the dream. Inside the Taoist temple. Han Ju was about to continue cultivating when someone sent a dream again. Dijuan sent you a dream. Do you accept? Dijuan sent you a dream. Do you accept? Dijuan began to spam. Han Ju cursed silently. Qiu Shilai finally calmed down. Why was someone else causing trouble now? Dijuan was in existence on the same level as ancestor Shitian. He couldn't provoke him. Tens of thousands of years ago, he had also sent a dream to him, but he was ignored. He guessed that Dijuan already knew that he had eliminated the heavenly devil calamity. If he ignored it, it would be very easy to offend him. Thus, he had to deduce first. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.